Greetings, everyone. Hello, hello, and welcome to the Foul Play YouTube channel. Reading with the Crew, episode 69.
Thank you so much there, Jack61, and a warm welcome to everyone. Thank you so much for joining us. It's great to be here. My name is Dr. Silkman, and I'm from the Foul Play team. And guys, today we have a special treat for you guys. A lot of people have actually requested that we do this reading. This is Kathleen Zellner's reply to the response written by Kumfa and also Josh Call. And so we're going to read it out, probably do a little bit of analysis. There's really nothing too exciting here, but for due diligence, we are going to go and read this out. Hopefully it won't take too long. And oh boy, we have a special treat. We have Duke, who's going to be doing a bit of a presentation on item BZ. A very controversial item, a very important item in this whole investigation. And we'll be doing that after the reading. But guys, first of all, I'd like to welcome my esteemed panel members who've joined us today. And there's quite a lot of people on the panel. I'd like to welcome Jack61. Welcome, good sir. How are you coming along?
Doing good, Doc. I just want to point out,
Yes.
as you said, this is a pretty short response from Zellner.
Yep.
But I have to say, it's pretty laser focused. It's really tight. So I appreciated that. And this stuff about we're going to be talking about with item BZ is what needs to be talked about. Again, there's a lot of people out there that, I mean, we're just following the documentation. We don't have a magic wand. And I know Duke has, and you, and even me, that spent a lot of time looking at BZ. So I think it's a good subject to talk about again.
Yeah.
Hello.
Yeah.
And hello and welcome, everyone. Thanks for joining us. So we'll see where we go.
Awesome. Thank you so much there, Jack61. And next we have Katie. Katie, welcome. How are you doing?
Hey, I'm doing all right. Looking forward to this. I haven't read it yet, and so I'm anxious to hear it. And I always love hearing what Duke has to say. So it ought to be a good one tonight.
Awesome. Awesome. Thank you so much, Katie, and welcome. Next, we have Mrs. Fockham's Razor. Welcome.
Thank you, Doc. It's lovely to be here, and hello to everyone on panel and in chat. And I won't say too much. Like, I'm looking forward to it. My glass is empty, so I need to go and fill up. So on with the show.
Thank you so much there, Miss Fockham's Razor. Good to see you here. And next we have a very special panel member. We have Duke. Welcome, good sir. How are you coming along?
I'm doing well, Doc. It's good to be here. And as I was saying earlier to you guys, it's very refreshing to be able to speak and not have to type everything, especially when it comes to BZ, because there's been a lot of discussion online about that. I've made another post about BZ. So I'm looking forward to that discussion and also reading the most recent reply from KZ. So glad to be here.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Duke. We all appreciate your hard work that you've done. And next we have Susan. Susan, welcome. How are you coming along?
I'm doing great, Doc. Thanks. Just say welcome to all the chatters and the lurkers and hello panel. And I just want you to know, Mrs. Fuckham, that I'm going to pass on the bikini wax for now.
You talking from personal experience, or you talking on behalf of somebody else?
He's offering.
No names mentioned. Thank you so much, Susan, and welcome. Next we have I don't recall. Welcome. How are you coming along?
Thank you. I'm doing well. Hi, everybody, and welcome to Reading with the Crew.
Awesome. Thank you. And next we have Neverly. Neverly, welcome. It's good to see you here.
Thank you, Dr. Silkman. Hello to you, to everybody on the panel, and everybody in the chat. Welcome. I'm looking forward to this episode. So, hey, let's get going. How are you?
I'm doing very well. I've been spending a lot of time, like Jack61 and Duke, on X. Some really great discussions and debates going on, and Many people are being civil, thank God. And I think today is a fantastic avenue for Duke and everybody else on the panel to present their research and their findings. And remember, it is a discussion. And I think having that discussion in this type of format is very appropriate. All right. Look, thank you so much. My name is Dr. Silkman, and I'm from Adelaide, South Australia. A warm welcome to everyone. Thank you very much on this very special podcast. We're not going to waste any more time. We're going to start our podcast. So what we'll do, we'll start off with the reading. But just to let you know, guys, if you do have any questions, please place a Q in front of your question, and we'll try and answer your question at the end of the presentation. Now, remember, guys, some of the material that we're presenting potentially could be triggering, so please be warned. All right then, guys, so we'll make a start. So as you all know, Kathleen Zellner wrote a response and she filed it on the 14th of May, so very, very recent. And what we're going to do, guys, we're going to read it. So I reckon, Jack 61, if we can scroll through the first couple of pages, the actual reply, her official reply, starts on page, I believe it's number 4 of the report. So I think if we get to page number 4, this is the reply brief for the defendant appellant Stephen Avery, filed by Kathleen Zellner. So I think if we start on page 4, we'll be in business. Now, who would like to start reading the document? Who would like to start?
I can, Doc.
Yeah, that'd be awesome. Let's go for it. Thank you, Susan.
You bet. Introduction. The state's response fills in gaps with findings and analysis the circuit court never made, thereby highlighting that the opinion is fundamentally flawed. For example, the circuit court never analyzed Mr. Avery's pleadings under State v. Allen to reach the conclusion that Mr. Avery insufficiently pled his claims. The state ignores this to repeatedly argue that the circuit court, quote, profoundly found that Avery did not plead sufficient facts, end quote. The state is correct that, quote, the only issue before this court is whether Avery pled sufficient non-conclusory facts within the 4 corners of his 3rd section 97406 motion to entitle him to a hearing, end quote. However, the state is incorrect in claiming that the circuit court denied him an evidentiary hearing on this basis. It did not. Rather, it improperly relied upon evidence outside of Mr. Avery's record on appeal, such as Brendan's quote-unquote confession, and false assertions that there was forensic evidence linking Brendan to the crime. Mr. Avery argued that the circuit court improperly merged the requirements of State v. Edmonds and State v. Denny, and made satisfying Edmonds contingent upon establishing the 3 elements of Denny. The circuit court focused disproportionately on the Denny motive element and ignored the independent materiality of the new impeachment evidence, which results from Bobby Dassey, hereafter Bobby, being in possession of Ms. Halbach's vehicle. The state compounds these errors by attacking the credibility of the witness who attested that he saw Bobby in possession of Ms. Halbach's vehicle after she was reported missing, without mentioning which authority requires Mr. Avery to address alleged facts outside his record, Brendan Dassey's alleged confession. The state argues that because Mr. Avery failed to address evidence from a completely different case, his pleading fails. Lastly, the state accuses Mr. Avery of waiving his Brady v. Maryland claims on appeal ignoring the fact that Mr. Avery specifically addressed them in the context of the circuit court finding that the alleged Brady evidence was immaterial. The state has waived its argument on Mr. Avery's Brady claims. Argument 1. Mr. Avery pled sufficient facts in his motion to meet the newly discovered evidence standard, A, standard of review. The state's recitation of the law governing this court's review is correct. B, the circuit court erred in its evaluation of the materiality prong of the newly discovered evidence test. The state misconstrues Mr. Avery's arguments and the circuit court's opinion. The state contends that Mr. Avery argues that the circuit court, quote, should have considered whether Sawinski's and Baresh's affidavits were independently material, arguing they rendered the forensic evidence introduced against Mr. Avery at trial unreliable because Bobby was a third-party perpetrator suspect. Mr. Avery never makes this argument. Mr. Avery's argument is, quote, in determining that Mr. Avery's new evidence could only be material to the issue of a potential third-party suspect, it completely ignored its inherent materiality to other material issues in Mr. Avery's case, end quote. Mr. Avery lists other reasons to establish his Denny argument. Mr. Avery contends that the Sawinski evidence is material because the RAV4 is undisputedly material evidence in the Teresa Halbach murder case, and now Bobby is connected to that material evidence. The RAV4 was the vehicle driven by Ms. Halbach on the day of her disappearance. The RAV4 contained a blood spatter of Ms. Halbach's blood in the rear cargo area of the 1 to 2 milliliters of Mr. Avery's blood in the front area of the vehicle. Prior to its discovery on November 5, 2005, the vehicle contained Ms. Halbach, her clothing, electronic devices, camera, keys, and license plate. All of these items were placed in locations that implicated Mr. Avery in her murder. Now there is a witness who places the RAV4 in the hands of the state's primary eyewitness prior to its discovery by law enforcement. The Sawinski evidence also impeaches the credibility of Bobby's trial testimony, where he established an alibi for himself while implicating Mr. Avery in the murder. Bobby testified he left the property while Ms. Halbach and her vehicle remained on the property with Mr. Avery. This crucial testimony allowed the state to claim it was Mr. Avery, not Bobby, who murdered Ms. Halbach and concealed her vehicle on the property. This court described Bobby's testimony as follows. Certainly, this testimony bolstered the state's theory that Halbach visited Avery on that day and did not leave the Avery property thereafter. But absent this testimony, the state still possessed significant forensic and other evidence implicating Avery in a crime committed on his property. Now, the Sawinski evidence undermines the cumulative effect of the other evidence presented against Mr. Avery. Brian Dassey's previously submitted affidavit demonstrates that Bobby had no alibi and witnessed Ms. Halbach and her vehicle leave the property approximately the same time he left. Mr. Avery was in his trailer alone, and according to the state, he never left the property that afternoon or evening, which rules him out as the perpetrator. The cumulative effect of the many false statements made by Bobby have to be reconsidered in light of his possession of Ms. Halbach's vehicle. The state mistakenly contends that Mr. Avery failed to account for the bullet with Ms. Halbach's DNA on it, quote, that was shot from the gun in Avery's possession and found in Avery's garage, end quote. Mr. Avery has specifically addressed this allegation. Further, the state claims that Mr. Sawinski's affidavit only establishes that he, quote unquote, believes he saw Bobby. However, Mr. Sawinski was certain that he saw Bobby. The state also contends that Mr. Avery made no argument regarding Mr. Beresh's affidavit. Mr. Avery did, arguing that Mr. Beresh corroborates the Sawinski evidence. I'll let someone else read if they'd like.
Yep. Thank you so much, Susan. Would someone else like to continue reading?
If no one wants to, Doc, I can read it in a little bit.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Thank you so much, Jack 61.
Okay. Let me get back over here. Okay. C. The materiality of Mr. Avery's Edmonds claim is not contingent upon satisfying the Denny test because the evidence is independently material. The state correctly states the standard for seeking a new trial based on the allegation of newly discovered evidence. The state adopts the circuit court's erroneous view that Mr. Avery's newly discovered evidence can only be material if it satisfies Denny first. Nevertheless, Mr. Avery has satisfied both tests. 1. Mr. Avery provided sufficient facts to meet the Denny requirements. Mr. Avery agrees with the state on the law governing Denny, but not the state's interpretation of it. 2. Mr. Avery pled sufficient facts to establish that Bobby Dassey had a motive for the murder. The state spent 3 pages addressing the Dressler v. McCautry. Mr. Avery specifically relied upon Dressler for the court's finding that, quote, the pictures depicting violence were offered to prove Dressler's fascination with death and mutilation, and this trait of Dressler is undeniably probative of a motive, intent, or plan to commit a vicious murder. The violent photographs on the Dassey computer illustrate the same probative traits. Lastly, to clarify Mr. Avery's statement that this court pointed out in its opinion previously that the Denny evidence must be viewed in the aggregate, which the state claims is false. This court described viewing the evidence in the aggregate exactly the standard articulated in State v. Wilson. 3. The circuit court improperly found that Mr. Avery's evidence does not satisfy the Denny opportunity element. The state has improperly relied upon State v. Kreider to argue that Mr. Avery had to show that Bobby had the contacts, tools, time, and or other means necessary to have committed the crime and failed to do so. The state claims that Wilson supports the imposition of this burden on Mr. Avery. It does not. The Wilson paragraphs the state cites conclude that more evidence is required in the specific instance when vague allegations have been made about a third party hiring an unidentified hitman. In this case, Bobby has been specifically identified as having possession of material evidence in the murder case. The state copied from its original response to Mr. Avery's third motion for post-conviction relief a list of activities it claims Bobby would have had been required to perform to commit the murder and plant evidence to frame his uncle. Mr. Avery rebutted all of these points in his circuit court reply brief. 4. The circuit court improperly weighed Mr. Avery's direct connection evidence. The RAV4 is a material piece of evidence in the crime. See State Ex Costa v. McElwain. Since the only similar Wisconsin case on this point is the case of State v. Williams, in 2009. This court can look to the Missouri case for guidance. There, the state presented other explanations for the discovery of material evidence, just as the state is doing here. The court rejected the approach, stating, the state argues that Ted Helmig's initial possession of some of the canceled checks and their later discovery with the purse only shows an attempt to cover up Dale Helmig's crime. That may be true. However, the fact that there may be other explanations for the discovery of the canceled checks with the purse, besides an inference that Ted Helmig threw the purse and the canceled checks in the river sometime following his murder of Norma Helmig, does not relieve us of the obligation to acknowledge that Ted Helmig has now been connected to the purse, material evidence in Norma Helmig's murder case. The Missouri court found that Ted Helmig's near possession of the canceled checks was sufficient to connect him to, quote, a key piece of evidence in the crime, the purse where the canceled checks were found, end quote. Here, the circuit court admitted that Mr. Avery had established that Bobby's possession of the RAV4, but created other explanations other than acknowledging that Bobby had possession of the RAV4 sometime following his murder of Ms. Halbach. Bobby is now connected to material evidence in the Teresa Halbach murder case. The state improperly disputes the credibility of Mr. Avery's witnesses and his post-conviction lawyers. The state falsely accuses Mr. Avery's quote-unquote recent attorney of quote-unquote putting up $100,000 bounty for purported witnesses, end quote, which it implies resulted in Thomas Baresh's affidavit. Mr. Avery's attorney did not put up $100,000 bounty. Once again, the state alleges false facts outside of the record. Unlike the state, the circuit court correctly acknowledged, quote, the Swinski affidavit taken as true for the purposes of this motion directly links Bobby to the possession of the victim's vehicle, end quote. However, it stated, quote, there are other reasons that Bobby could have been in possession of the car that night, including that Bobby was trying to help hide evidence to protect the two individuals directly linked by forensic evidence to this murder and convicted of the crime, end quote. This is an untrue statement because Brendan Dassey, was never linked to the crime by any forensic evidence, and Bobby's testimony did not help Mr. Avery. Rather, it ensured his conviction. Most importantly, the circuit court was not relieved of the obligation to acknowledge that Bobby has now been connected to material evidence in Miss Halbach's murder. The Denny test only requires an inference that Bobby is directly connected to the murder of Miss Halbach, nothing more. By having possession of Miss Halbach's vehicle after her disappearance, the inference can certainly be made. The Sawinski evidence is being offered as evidence of the quote-unquote missing piece, the direct connection between Bobby and Miss Halbach's murder. Contrary to the state and circuit court's positions, Mr. Avery does not need to prove Bobby's guilt of the murder beyond a reasonable doubt. See House v. Bell. D. There is a reasonable probability that presenting Mr. Avery's newly discovered evidence undermines confidence in the outcome of Mr. Avery's trial. The state erroneously contends there is, quote, no possibility that any jury hearing it would have a reasonable doubt about Avery's guilt, end quote. The state claims that even if Mr. Avery met the Denny and Edmunds standards, he has not explained his DNA on the hood latch of the RAV4. Mr. Avery has always contended that the hood latch swabs were substituted by Investigator Wiegert for the illegally seized growing swabs taken from Mr. Avery on November 9, 2005. The state incorrectly contends Mr. Avery fails to address its trial expert's testimony that there was, quote, a fragment from virtually every bone in the human body being found in the burn pit, end quote. Mr. Avery did address this issue. The state incorrectly contends that Mr. Avery does nothing to explain how Bobby could possibly be responsible for the bullet with Mr. Halbach's DNA on it being found in his garage and matched the gun above his bed. As stated, Mr. Avery also addressed this. The evidence would have allowed the defense to impeach Bobby's trial testimony. Bobby would no longer be the quote-unquote unbiased witness described by Prosecutor Kratz. The forensic evidence would have been viewed as planted or at very least tainted by being in the hands of a third party. With the new evidence, the defense could have argued Mr. Avery returned to the trailer. Ms. Halbach left the property with her in her vehicle, and Bobby followed her, got her to pull over, and assaulted and murdered her at some point. He planted the RAV4 on the Avery property and proceeded to remove and plant the electronic devices, the key, the bones, her clothing, her DNA on the bullet, and Avery's blood. The Sawinski evidence, when viewed in the aggregate, including all the false statements made by Bobby to law enforcement and at trial, would have provided a reasonable probability of a different outcome. Okay, somebody else want to take over, or should I continue?
Oh,
I'll
we
take
can.
it.
I can do it if you give me a minute.
Yep.
Yep, Neverly.
Yeah. Yes, sure. Just give me 1 second, please.
No hassles. No hassles. Do we have any comments so far, or should we reserve the comments till after we're finished?
Well, I've got several, but I'm okay with holding off for now.
Yep.
What slide are we on?
It's slide number 16. Can you see it? It's got E
Yes.
at the front, contrary to
Yeah.
the state's
Uh-huh.
position.
Okay.
Yep. Let's go for it.
E. Contrary to the state's position, the circuit court's inaccurate factual findings are material because they impose a higher burden on Mr. Avery. The state defends the circuit court's erroneous reliance upon Brandon's quote-unquote confession, even though it is not part of Avery's record. The state claims Brandon's quote-unquote confession is a fact Avery must account for to show a legitimate tendency Bobby committed a crime no matter whether the state introduced it at the last trial, and Avery failed to provide any facts explaining why or how Bobby Dassey could be responsible for Brandon's confession. End of quote. Brandon's confession directly contradicts the state's theory in Avery's trial, and that is why the state did not introduce it. The lack of forensic evidence refuted Brandon's story of Miss Halbach being bound, beaten, stabbed, and cut in Avery's bedroom. Brandon's story had multiple versions of where Miss Halbach was shot. The state, by making this final argument, is trying to avoid the simple, undisputed fact that Bobby was in possession of material evidence in the case, the RAV4, and that this fact directly connects him to Miss Halbach's murder. Mr. Avery has met the materiality requirements of Denny, Edmonds, and Brady with the new Sawinski evidence. Conclusion. Mr. Avery respectfully requests that this court grant him one of the following alternate remedies. 1. Reverse the orders denying post-conviction relief and grant an evidentiary hearing. 2. Reverse the judgments of conviction and the orders denying post-conviction relief and remand for a new trial. 3. Grant any other relief this court deems appropriate. Dated this 14th day of May, 2024.
That's it. That's it. We've done the reading. Thank you so much, guys. So that was relatively brief. So now we're just going to spend a couple of minutes surmising and what people think of the response written by Kathleen Zellner. Jack 61, do you have any comments?
Well, yeah. I mean, I've got several, but I'll try to be brief. You know, this all comes down to a few things here. The big one, of course, is the Sawinski affidavit, and the Baresh one too, but really it's the Sawinski one because it's tied to a phone call. There's a second affidavit by his then fiancee girlfriend that says, yeah, I remember this. It definitely occurred. This is him. He told me about it. So the state, or let me reverse that. The court, as we've discussed many other times, must accept both or all these affidavits as true testimony, sworn testimony, until proven otherwise. That they lied, or they can disprove it or discredit these people to such a degree that their shit's unbelievable. That's how I take the law, as Cherie and other people have described. I don't know any other way around it. When we got the phone call, that's another part. I'll beat this dead horse again. When we got the phone calls in early 2022 with the Sawinski call on it, that's a really big thing to me. As
Yes.
MTSO withheld, these 22 extra DVDs that people have been trying for years, and myself included, couldn't get because Larry Ledvina would not release them. And then the next record custodian is there for 3-4 weeks, and all of a sudden he found these other discs. Come on, man. It gives off this shady. I'm not gonna do my job. I'm gonna just continue to hide shit. And that kind of. I mean, it's better now, but I mean, at least with MTSO, I don't really have too many problems with them. But other agencies, it's kind of the same thing. Anyway, getting back to the reply. I think she was really sharp in pointing out the court's errors, the multiple errors actually that Judge Angie. We read through a lot of jaw dropping things when she brought Brendan in. Not a thing connects Brendan to this. Nothing except words. Not one piece of forensic evidence against that kid. But she said there was. She made other mistakes too. That wasn't the only mistake. I don't think that Kathleen listed every mistake that she made and Judge Angie made in her filing, but she didn't really get into deep detail, but that was a big one. There was another one too. I think it was about the bones. I'm almost positive it was.
Yep.
So yeah. Well, that's pretty much it. Laser focused, sharp, and to the point, and I appreciated that.
Yep.
Thank you.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Yep. Thank you so much, Jack 61. Katie, what were your impressions of that filing?
Hey, I'm going to let you pass me over. I'm having a coughing fit.
Okay, no worries. Miss Forkham, are you able to give an opinion?
Yes. Yeah. What I liked was the fact that she pointed out that basically in the previous filing they kind of acted a little bit like presumptively in like saying that the jury would have still found like kind of Stephen guilty. So that was the bit that I like kind of pointed out. Yeah, but other than that, that's it really.
Yep. Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much there, Miss Razor. Duke, what are your thoughts, sir?
Yeah, I think that the response was straightforward. I think she posed a good argument. And, the only thing that I will say she got wrong was that we got to keep in mind, Brenda did provide the only in situ photo of the burn pit. So
the drawing.
So,
the drawing.
No, all jokes aside, I thought it was sharp and to the point, which I think could bode well in addressing some of these issues. So I'm looking forward to hearing what the response is.
Okay, awesome. Thank you there so much, Duke. Susan, your thoughts?
Yeah, I agree. It was just straight to the point, very tight, not over wordy. And I think she makes some very good points. It's hard for me to understand with what she has provided to the circuit court that they made excuses not to give her this evidentiary hearing, which were unfounded excuses or reasons not to allow it. So, keeping our fingers crossed. I saw someone had asked, when do you expect a reply from the court? And I saw that Tracy Struncy had said it more than likely it'll be next year before we hear anything on this. So,
Wow.
yeah.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me at all. I
They
said
take
that
their
before.
time.
It'd be late fall, early winter at minimum. That's what I think. But yeah, next year is not impossible.
Yeah.
Wow.
So anyway, I'm hoping for the best.
Yep. Thank you so much, Susan. I don't recall your thoughts.
Much like everyone else, it was clear, concise, to the point, and basically my favorite part was where she points out once again that they need to can't just declare all these things false without testing them out, in my opinion, in an evidentiary hearing.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yep. Thank you so much. I don't recall. Neville, if you're still there, what were your thoughts? Neville, she's there. Okay.
Yeah, hi. Yeah, as everybody said, I'm going to agree. It was to the point, no bullshit. Just address what is got to be addressed. And I didn't find it snarky or anything like that. I would like to actually read what our friend Travis Williamson said in the chat. He said, while Jack was giving his opinion, he said, very astute point, Jack. The only issue on this appeal is whether Avery showed circuit court enough to get an evidentiary hearing. Then he's on the stand, cross-examined about reward, etc. He said the circuit court ruled can be material because his co-defendant confessed. That's an impossible burden. And this is exactly what we're talking about. Thank you very much, Travis, for your astute comments yourself. That the state has presented or posted this impossible burden along with shifting goalposts, moving them. You can't ever please them. You can't even ever reach the bar. And when you do, they raise it again.
Yeah. Yep. Thank you so much, Neville. Do you have any other comments?
No, that's all. Thanks.
Okay. Katie, do you have any thoughts? If you finished your coughing.
I finished my coughing, but I have nothing to add.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much,
Actually,
Katie.
Travis said something else. He says decision from court based on other 97406 decisions from Second Court of Appeals is 6 months to a year. But this 97406 is addressing, hold on, something popped up on my computer, is only involves one issue, not near as complex as the last one. True, true. However, knowing the history of this case, if we are going to go by past behavior, we can kind of expect that they're going to delay to the very last possible moment, in my opinion.
Okay. Thank you so much, Neville and Travis, for your comments. Much appreciated. Susan.
Yeah, I just wanted to add, thinking about it, that I think one of the best points she makes on the Sawinski affidavit, the fact that if Bobby was in possession of the RAV, and the state said that they didn't think that would, had the jury heard that it would have made any difference because they just had enough evidence otherwise. That's one of her best points. I mean,
it's such a ridiculous thing to think about, right?
Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah. If it would have changed the entire trial,
Absolutely,
that
it would have
evidence gone in.
The whole
no
tone
doubt.
of the trial and who's to blame, who's the immediate suspect, who had a means, motive, and opportunity, and the connection, it would have changed everything because you're
It's
introducing a
called
brand new person.
it's called reasonable doubt.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So anyway,
Yep. Good point. Thank
that's
you,
all I
Susan.
wanted to say.
No, thank you very much. Jack 61.
Well, if, if we've gone around the table, we've got we've got like 5 or 6 questions here that I went back up to the top and highlighted them. If you want to do them now before we get to item BZ, or it's up to
Yeah,
you.
I reckon we do them now, but I'll just make a couple of comments about what Kathleen Zellner wrote. I agree with everyone's sentiment. It was well written, very brief, no filler, straight to the point. The thing that concerns me a real lot is that this is going to end up being a highly legal argument, attorneys versus attorneys, interpretation of the law, interpretation of Brady, and it's going to come down to really thumbtacks. So this is going to be an argument, and I certainly don't have the legal expertise to really understand and follow all the legal arguments. But it seems to me that the response by the state or how they're going to address this, they have to do it very, very carefully and meticulously, because basically what we have here is a difference in opinion. The state and the courts are saying, look, you haven't satisfied the Brady or the Denny prongs. So hence, it doesn't matter what Sawinski and Baresh or anybody else, Ramlow, whatever they've seen in terms of Bobby Dassey being in possession of Teresa's RAV4, the RAV4 being off the property. We don't care. If you don't satisfy all the Denny prongs, then you're not going to be able to bring in all this additional evidence. So it's going to become a very technical legal argument. So it'd be very interesting to see how the state responds in this manner. Yeah,
It's such a catch-22, and this impossible bar that no one could reach is based all around that right there, Doc.
Well,
there's just no way that Zellner could ever present anything.
Well, the thing is this, right? And again, I'm not a legal expert. It is what is regarded as the truth. So both Stephen and Brendan were convicted by 12 of their peers in the jury system. They found them both guilty. So that's regarded as the truth. So it's very difficult now to try and counter argue that and say, look, what Brendan said, he recanted. There was the Reed technique, et cetera, You've got all these professional psychologists, scientists who've done analysis to say, look, this is a coerced confession. You could see what the state has written here. No. They're taking what Brendan said to Fassbender and Wiegert as the truth, right? So hence that tends to indicate why Brad Schimmel fought so hard to make sure that he got the judgment his way. Because if you remove the confession from Brendan Dassey as being false, unreliable, coerced, then that's a major cornerstone that the state can't use as an argument against Stephen Avery. You get that? So that's why it is so important that they use, even though Brendan wasn't used in Stephen's trial, they use it as a key cornerstone to say, well, look, Brendan implicated his uncle. Brendan never implicated Bobby Dassey or anybody else. So it's now become a very technical legal argument, and it's going to end up being attorney versus attorney. And one of the very best we know is Tom Fallon, right?
Oh, yeah.
So it's going to be a very interesting set of arguments. Neverly, did you have any comments?
Yes. While Susan was talking about the jury having a reasonable doubt if they knew that Bobby was seen with the RAV, right? Anthony Hills reminded us in chat, he said that the jury actually asked for Bobby's testimony, and that was not granted to them, which is ridiculous in my humble opinion. But good point, Anthony Hills. And then Travis has a concern, and I would like to read out what he said. He said,
You talking about this? You talking about this two? You talking about this two-parter? I've got it highlighted.
Yes.
Put it.
Okay. Okay.
Okay,
Do you want me to read it out?
Well, I was just going to go through all the questions.
Okay.
Yeah, I think what we'll do the questions. Yep, to the best of our ability.
Yeah, I'm starting at the beginning here. This is this is early on. I'll try to get them in order. This is from Anthony. What's the panel's forecast for response from the COA in regards to the time and decision? Well, I think Tracy's probably right, and Travis. Actually, I'm not sure what Travis thinks, but I think it's going to be late this year, early next year. That's my bet. Anyone else?
What do people think? Do you think the new judge, Anthony, is going to give it the AOK for an evidentiary hearing? You don't think it's going to take place?
I think it's going to depend on what the COA rules. Yeah, it's going to depend. I think highly on that. If they say, yeah, okay, we need to hear from these people, we'll see. I don't know, Doc. I just don't know enough about him. I mean, he's got a pretty broad background in a lot of ways, cop and other things that he's done in his earlier life. So I don't know.
Yep, interesting. Does anyone have any other comments about what's going to happen?
Okay. All right, next question.
Okay.
And this is from Terry Conway. Does anyone on the panel know of a report that someone else confirms the truck driver's sighting? Talking about Baresh. I do not.
No.
I don't.
No.
The guy that was with him has died, as I understand it.
Yeah, he passed away.
Correct. But I think Tom Baresh mentioned the fact that he met someone, helped someone at the park and ride, I think it was, and gave him a roll of duct tape because they had struck a deer. Potentially that person could come forward to say, look, yes, this encounter took place. But the fact that you've got Thomas Sawinski, who's an independent witness, who puts the sighting of Bobby Dassey with the RAV4 in the same time frame, I think that is really potentially quite good corroborating evidence.
Plus the phone call and his girlfriend's affidavit as well.
Correct. That's Tom Sawinski.
Yeah. It gives it a lot. It gives it some integrity.
Oh yeah,
I'm not going to 100% integrity, but certainly a lot of integrity to what he's saying.
Yep.
All right.
Correct.
Next question is from Anthony. Is it legal in Wisconsin that Uyghur can sign for evidence using another officer's name? Well, I wouldn't think so, but that's something to battle about in court. He's talking about when Uyghur signed Jeremy Hawkins' name.
The groin swabs.
Yep, when he turned in some evidence. So
yeah, I mean that whole this goes to and I'll be very, very quick. That goes to emphasize how proper documentation is so crucial in a case like this. And it's amazing because the same nurse was basically processing Stephen Avery for a sexual assault. And that's why she took the groin swabs, only to be told by Fassbender and Wiegert, oh, no. That wasn't part of the warrant, right? Which is interesting because they never indicated to a nurse, I think it was Fritsch, look, we want these swabs done and that's it. So the mere fact that the swabs were in possession of Fassbender and Wiegert, that opens up Pandora's box, right?
It does.
And even though Wiegert said, oh, no, they're placed in the sharp spin, they could have easily been placed in his pocket, right?
Yep.
And that is why proper documentation, photography, making sure that chain of custody is absolute is so crucial. And I think Duke is going to talk about the importance of item BZ and proper documentation.
Oh yeah.
The mere factor that Kathleen Zellner is still pursuing law enforcement involvement with the groin swabs is actually quite damning. Yeah. Yeah, excellent question.
Okay, next. Well, this is a comment as I was reading through from Travis, and I thought I'd highlight it and read it. Travis says the circuit court rule can't be material because his co-defendant confessed. That's an impossible burden, and I think that's a really great statement.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is that this whole case, the entire narrative hinges upon what Brendan Dassey stated to Fassbender and Uyghur. Unfortunately, what he said cannot be backed up forensically, and the state know this. But that's an important cornerstone to obtain some type of narrative. And as a consequence, they're trying to now put in or try and match the forensic evidence to what Brendan said. And they can't do it. That is the problem. But that didn't stop the courts or the judge using Brendan's confession as the truth.
Well, they also used things gleaned from Brendan to use against Stephen, even though they separated him at trial, right? The hood
Yes.
latch,
Correct.
Adam FL.
Correct. And also the phone call that Brendan made to his mother.
That's right.
That people thought was an admittance of his guilt. But quite clearly, if you listen to subsequent phone calls, even on the same day, he goes, no, I didn't do anything, right? So
right,
it
was a context thing of how Brendan answers questions, and you have to see that.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct. But people seize upon it, and that's exactly what the courts did here.
I think it's relevant too that the way was it Uyghur that you better go tell her, or I'm gonna tell her, or something like that.
Yep.
The threat.
The threats. Yeah.
Correct.
For people who haven't seen that interview, the way in which Fassbender and Uyghur were telling Brendan and reminding him over and over again that after this, he might want to call her because if he doesn't, they will.
Yes.
Yeah. That's right. Uyghur says, when are you going to talk to your mom? He says, well, probably tomorrow. Don't you think you better call her and let her know?
Yeah.
And
it wasn't his own, thought to call her and share that stuff.
No.
It was the pressure put on in that very interview.
That's right.
Yep.
Okay. I think we've got a couple more here. Next one's from Anthony. Confirmed Fallon has been called up to work on the case again for the state.
I've seen his name mentioned. His name mentioned.
Yeah, it's confirmed because it's in the Stevens compilation of record.
He's on the docket. Yep.
And then I wanted to address this next one. It's from Adrax. Brendan did confess, but he pleaded not guilty at trial. Withdrew the confession. It should be taken into consideration. Yeah, I agree. But he started recanting almost immediately.
Yeah, he did. And he even said to his mum after the March 1st interview, they got to my head. Right.
That's right.
We've argued this and we've done a whole heap of podcasts on this very, very matter. And people much smarter than us that deal with vulnerable children have all indicated that this is exactly how you don't interrogate a child like Brendan Dassey with his particular vulnerabilities. But quite clearly here, the court, the state, they don't care. They take it as the truth.
Yeah.
And they can't and won't let that go.
Well,
Brendan's problem is the en banc. All those judges that said his confession was not coerced. It stands.
Correct.
That cannot be reversed. That's gone.
Correct.
Yep. Right.
I mean, they tried to go to the Supreme Court of the United States, but they wouldn't hear it.
No.
So there is nowhere else to go with that.
Correct.
Yeah.
That's right. So he literally, once they let Barb in the room, he literally started recanting, and they couldn't get back in that room quick enough. You can see that in the video.
Could you imagine how fast they were running back to that room? Just hauling ass.
get in there, stop, shut him up. I can
Yeah,
hear it
correct.
now.
And
Okay.
then we get to sort of say, look, Barb, we've been doing this a real long time. Oh no,
Yeah.
you haven't. Not with someone like Brendan Dassey.
No, not at all. Okay. Coming up is the Travis question that he had put for us. It's a two-parter. Let me get that up here and take this down here. Okay. This is a two-part question for Doc and panel. Her response to the state argument on, quote, no explanation for DNA on hood latch, quote, was, end quote, it was, quote unquote, growing swabs. Strange showed it could have been transferred by a lab tech. I'm very concerned that her only response is a pretty speculative theory.
Well, the issue is this, right? With DNA evidence, as people know, either the DNA is present or it's not, right? So one can only speculate how that DNA got onto the hood latch. And the argument was in court, I think it was strangle beauty. I think it was Buting. I have to double check that. Spoke to the lab tech who was processing Stephen Avery's vehicle. And also remember the RAV4 was in the same area. And the question was asked, well, when you popped the hood, did you change your gloves? And he said, no. And here's the problem, right? Even though you've got gloves on, if you touch a particular surface, and if that surface has got DNA on it, cells or whatever will be transferred onto your glove, right? So if you then touch another object, potentially you can do what is known as a secondary transfer.
Yep.
You place the DNA that's present on object A and you transfer it to object B. But what is very suspicious is the level of DNA on the hood latch. That's what really got me, right? The level of DNA on the hood latch is extremely high. And remember, when the sample was taken, it was 149 days after the fact, after Brendan's confession. They went back, they finally got to the RAV4, popped the hood, did a swab of the hood latch, and got, I think it was about a 26-fold higher amount of DNA on the hood latch swab than what you normally would get from mere touch DNA. And remember the experiment.
That's 5 months old.
Yeah, that's correct. And remember, the experiment was done where you had various subjects touch the hood latch and then do a DNA extraction. The majority never left any DNA at all, right? Because when you think about it, when you pop the hood, you would only touch the hood latch for not even a second, right? The mere fact that 149 days later, there was a huge amount of DNA on the hood latch is extremely suspicious. Because when you take a groin swab, you're basically scraping epithelial cells, skin cells. That's going to be a rich source of DNA, right? And potentially, if the swabs were swapped or in any particular way, then when you extract that DNA, you're going to get a very, very high level of DNA. That's exactly what was found from the hood latch swab. So that's why Zellner is sort of saying, well, we can't discount the fact that the swabs were swapped. And all they had to do was just change the label. Say, oh, this is from the hood latch, right? The fact that Mark Wiegert was involved and Mark Wiegert was with Stephen at the Aurora Hospital when the swabs were taken, that's pretty damning, right? And then, yes.
And then, of course, we have the lack of testing on the not on the prop
Everything
and
else.
also and everything else, yeah, where you would have to touch in order to click open the hood. Yeah, pop the hood. And then didn't Wiegert falsify somebody's signature?
Yeah, the signature.
Travis
Yes, correct.
Williams, I think is no, that's our Travis Elliott. I don't know.
Yes.
What's his name? You know what I'm talking about.
Yes, on the sheet they showed that in ma'am. Correct.
Yeah. And also I just wanted to kind of talk about the secondary contamination when you are wearing gloves. Just because you are wearing gloves doesn't mean that you cannot cross-contaminate, as Dr. Silkman said. So we saw that, we see that every day in the hospitals. I'm a healthcare worker. and I also do infection control. So this is kind of my domain. But you don't have to be an infection control nurse to know what I'm talking about. We've seen this during COVID when people were gloved up and they would walk around with the same pair of gloves pretty much all day long, and they touched everything around, and they're thinking they're protecting themselves, everybody else, right? Where in fact you're just kind of protecting yourself, which is also questionable, because while you're wearing those gloves for an extended period of time, what's happening, you're sweating, sweaty ankle, your hands are sweating, and there's quite a large amount of liquid sweat in
Yes.
your gloves, and all the bacteria that naturally lives on your skin is mixed with that sweat, and also all the dirt from your underneath your nails and around your cuticles is mixed there too. So just because you're wearing gloves means practically nothing. You can cross-contaminate from one surface to another, and then when you remove said gloves, and if you don't wash your hands, you're going to cross-contaminate everything else you touch as well with your own gunk that's been cooking basically inside those gloves.
Correct. Really, every time you handle anything else, you require a glove change. And it's very interesting that
and a hand wash before and
after.
Yeah.
It's very interesting that in one of the CASA reports, they actually wrote, I think, about 6 or 7 glove changes that were so specific when handling a specific piece of evidence. They were sort of like hyper paranoid of any form of cross-contamination, as Neverly said. And quite clearly, the lab tech that went under the hood, he didn't change his gloves.
I want to add something else to all that in conjunction with the hood light swab. People have to remember, number one, it was Calumet County that swabbed the hood latch. It was not done by the Wisconsin Madison Crowd Plan. They didn't do it. It was Calumet County. But number two, and I think most importantly, collecting that much DNA on that one thing under the hood, and then they did check the battery cables, and found none. And I don't understand how that's possible if he's depositing that much DNA on the hood latch, but there's none anywhere else. And they did swab it and check it, and they didn't find anything. So
that's where we come across those mystery gloves, gloves on, gloves off.
Correct. And that's
gloves with the hole where the blood would seep.
Right.
Correct. That's why when you look at the forensic evidence in total, it doesn't make any sense. I'm sure the state are fully aware of that, because when you pop open the hood, we're not going to spend too much time on this. There are certain objects that you got to touch with your hands or whatever in order to pop the hood. Plus, the battery cables terminals were disconnected. No one found any presence of blood, and apparently Stephen was actively bleeding. Not even microtraces of blood. Right. So you look at the evidence and you say, does it actually stand up to the smell test? And in my opinion, it does not.
It really doesn't. No, I agree. There's something weird there. Before we move on to item BZ, I wanted to welcome our newest member.
Oh, welcome.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate your contribution. So thank you so much. Okay. Well, Duke or Doc, I'm sorry. I don't want to jump in here, but if there's nothing else, are we ready?
No, I think we're ready. And it was really good that we read that. I was really impressed. There was no filler, no fluff, straight to the point.
Yep, I agree.
Duke, whenever you're ready, good sir.
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna view this more as a discussion.
Yeah,
great.
Help, because I think that
created the DNA profile.
Oops. I think that we talked about this last year. I went through some slides on the sifting process and item BZ. I've made a couple posts on Reddit about it. But I think what caused me to write another one was just to clarify how, the more I look into it, the more I realize how big of an issue this is. And the reason that this is a big issue primarily is because of what item BZ represents. And for people that don't know, item BZ is the only piece of human remains that was able to create a partial match to Teresa Halbach. This piece was allegedly found in a tarp of debris that came from Stevens burn pit. And so if you think about it, without item BZ, the state's case would have been what? I mean, do you think they would have had a case that he murdered Teresa without positively identifying the fact that the remains were hers?
Potentially would have been much more difficult, much more tricky. Yeah, you're right. That muscle tissue as part of item BZ is the only one that gave a genomic DNA profile, a partial profile, 7 out of 15 match. I think it would have been potentially very tenuous.
Yeah, I mean, I personally, and maybe Travis could answer this question better, but if you can't positively identify the remains belonging to, Teresa, and all you could do is say that these remains are of an adult female from the age range of 25 to 40 or whatever they said, would the state have had a case that Stephen murdered Teresa Halbach? I don't know. I don't think so.
It just makes it more circumstantial evidence, right. I think.
So, anywho, obviously that being said, item BZ was a crucial piece of evidence for the state, and just as crucial as it was for the state to have that piece of evidence connecting from a DNA standpoint to Teresa, it was of equal importance that the narrative was that this piece was in Stephen's burn pit, correct? Because again, according to Kratz, his narrative of what happened, Teresa never left the Avery property. And that was critical to the state's case. And we saw that play out in a number of ways. The ignoring of Cuss Road, lack of documentation, a lot of confusion around Cuss Road. When it comes to the surrounding quarries, there's a lot of activity, but very little reporting, no documentation. Eisenberg's refusal to identify the quarry remains as human, and Kratz spending 20 seconds on the bones that are found in the quarry, only to find out years later that those bones are returned to the Halbachs, and then in convicted of murder, thankfully confirmed human. So, again, item BZ had to be in Stephen's burn pit. That was a crucial part of this whole narrative. So, with that being said, I came back to it again a few weeks ago and thought to myself, how can I, because the research it's hard to do in a case like this where the documentation is so poor. It's hard to follow.
It's really incomplete.
It is. It's like the burn barrels, right? We can only guess, and it's awful. But that's because of how poor the documentation was, not because of any of us and the lack of effort of trying to find the actual information. So it takes hard work and a lot of time to figure these things out. But I think I've gained the clarity of what's going on with item BZ, at least for the most part. And so I wanted to make one more post to try to put a narrative together that can be easily followed. And I think that's what I want this discussion to be. I want people to understand what the main issue is here and why I'm 100% confident in saying that item BZ was never in Stephen's burn pit. So that's where I want this discussion to go. And maybe, Doc, you can kind of prompt me on where you want me to begin or any thoughts that you might have as well.
Yeah. Well, first of all of us here on the panel and in chat, and I'm sure in the general community, want to thank you very much, Duke, for putting this all together. It is a very, very time-consuming thing to do because it involves reading a lot of documents and looking at a lot of photos And I know that when we did the Reading with the Crew series, the Canine Noses, we touched upon this item BZ, and your research has really put it elegantly together. I would say, Duke, if you would like to start very, very quickly and talk about the events of November the 8th at the burn pit, what actually transpired. I think we've got a picture here of the box of bones. You can bring everybody up to date.
What happened? Stage.
Yeah, set the stage for what happened on November the 8th.
Yeah, sure. So when it comes to the burn pit on November the 8th, I think here's the quick little walkthrough of what happened that day. First of all, it's important to note in the morning there's some other key discoveries, right? The key that Kratz essentially admitted was planted in his closing was found in Stevens' trailer. That was on the morning of the 8th. And then around noon, we've got the finding of Teresa's license plates. That's just down the road from Stevens' trailer. And then where the burn pit comes into play begins with Jason Jost, who goes into they're clearing the septic tanks in back of the Dassey or the Yonda and Stevens' trailer area. There's two separate ones, one behind the Yonda house and one behind Stevens' trailer.
Yes.
And it's during this process that I believe her name was Joanne Mignon. One of the officers was supervising that activity. She needed a break, and Jason Jost from Manitowoc came in to relieve her. So he's in the backyard of Stevens' trailer, kind of monitoring that area.
By himself.
By himself. For about 45 minutes. And based on his report, what we know is that he kind of had an epiphany, right? He used that time alone to create a narrative in his head where he, in his report, talks about how he began thinking about how Redant had described the fire behind Stevens' trailer as being larger than normal. A statement that we know is false now, right? But he began to put all this together and inevitably eventually found a bone fragment that was about 8 feet south of the burn pit.
Correct.
By seeing this bone, the specifics are confusing because everyone's story is slightly different, but essentially what happens is Kelly Sipple, an officer from Calumet County, comes to the scene, looks at that bone that's 8 feet south. The two of them, Jason and Kelly Sipple, notify DCI. And the two members from DCI that come out are Tom Sturdivant and Deb Strauss. Deb is, if anyone's heard the call where a DCI agent is saying, "How can I help?" Essentially, I hate Stevens, so I'm willing to help.
Yep, that's Deb.
That's Deb. So anywho, that's kind of the setting of the stage. What happens then, Tom Sturdivant comes out. And for people that don't know, Tom Sturdivant, DCI agent at the time, interesting fact that people aren't quite clear on. He was actually in the narcotics division at the time of the investigation. Prior to that, he had done about 2 years as an arson investigator.
Yes.
That's really interesting.
But he was not an arson investigator on the date of the incident here, which is a tidbit that I don't think a lot of people quite understand. You know, when Sturdivant's on trial or during the trial, they ask him about his experience examining scenes like the burn pit. Guess how many times he said he had done something relatively similar?
Very few. Very few. Twice.
So this isn't a Pevito, 30-year vet kind of guy. This is he spent a few years as an arson investigator, but he was a narcotics guy at the time. So just an interesting tidbit there. But Tom Sturdivant comes to the burn pit. Based on his reporting and testimony, what he does is he, with Jason Jost, views the bone that's about 8 feet south, determines, that's definitely a bone, whether it's human or not, he's not sure. He then looks up, and him and Jason both agree that from 8 feet south of the burn pit, they're looking into Stephen's burn pit and can clearly identify other bone fragments that are inside that burn pit. So just, from a visual standpoint, think of standing 8 feet south in Stephen's backyard, looking into the burn pit. They're looking from that far away and saying there's definitely more bones in there.
And I think it's also important to say this. The Sturtevant actually described it as a pile of bones in that burn pit.
In the middle.
In the middle.
Yeah. It's almost a disturbing description of it.
These are his words. I'm not, we're not making anything up. This is how he described it.
Yeah. They asked him to kind of clarify, and he said, this kind of 6 foot, the area that was dug out, he said in that area, the bones were concentrated in the center in a pile. And so again, they're standing 8 feet south. Tom Sturtevant grabs a little twig that's in the area, and he walks into the vicinity of the burn pit to get a closer look, and actually moves some of the debris that's inside of Stephen's burn pit around with a twig to kind of
a twig,
get a better view and make sure that what he was seeing was actually what is in there, that being bone fragments. So once he has a closer look, this is around 1:30 p.m. on the 8th. We get into a little bit of an unknown of what happens time frame. And this is the beginning of the horrific lack of documentation that day. So that all transpired, him stirring the contents of the burn pit with a twig around or shortly after 1:30. But it isn't until 3 p.m. that the state crime lab is called, and there's sifting equipment requested.
But we know that he did something that is documented in that time frame before he called the crime lab. I'll say what that is.
Are you talking about removing bear?
When and got the rake.
Oh yeah.
Yes, he did.
Yep.
Went over to Barb's.
A rake and a hoe in his
He went to
report.
Barb's. That's right. He went over to Barb's, got a rake and a hoe, and started pulling that tire wire out of that burn pit before, instead of freezing the scene and saying, stop, let's get some photos, blah, 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 whatever the procedure is, before you really touch anything. And to me, this is an immediate failure on his part. He has to know better. He's a 10-year veteran. He's had to be trained in this kind of stuff about when you're documenting any scene. It didn't have to be, this burn pit, not per se. I'm talking about any potential crime scene, and he didn't do it. And I can't explain why.
If they had a medical exam, coroner there, that's exactly what he or she said. Stop. Let's protect this crime scene.
Yeah, I think what's concerning to me is that the reports are on what happens between when the bones are first identified or discovered by Jason Jost and Tom Sturtevant to when the state crime lab is called. There's a few people who said pretty clearly that they were denying having disturbed anything in that burn pit until the state crime lab was there.
Correct. You may have seen it, Duke. I posted it on X. The direct comparison between what Sturtevant said and what Erdl said. Mm-hmm. They asked Sturtevant, hey, after discovering that very first bone, did you do any processing of the burn pit?
Yeah.
No, sir.
Yeah.
Whereas Erdl clearly said, we didn't take any photographs because the scene had obviously been disturbed. Mm-hmm. So there's a disconnect between what Sturtevant said. Now, Sturtevant knew that if he had said, yes, we had started processing that burn pit before the crime lab, all bets are off. That means, well, if you started processing the burn pit, how do we know that you just simply didn't dump cremains there?
Correct.
Right.
Right. That's the argument. That's the argument that I'm not making. That's the argument that defense attorneys would have said. They would have said, "Well, how do you know that they got a bucket and they just simply threw cremains into that burn pit? You already started processing the burn pit. Hey, we've got
and you didn't document a damn thing,
and no documentation by photography or whatever." That opens him up. That's why Sturdivant said, "Nope, we never touched the burn pit at all." And that clearly cannot be the case. For a start, he even admitted in his report that he got a hoe and a rake from the adjacent property, which means Barb's place.
Yeah, and another thing, I'm not sure if you mentioned it, and I apologize if you did, but there's one more player in here that I don't think you mentioned, and that's Lieutenant Kelly Sipple from Calumet County. Sipple was brought into there too, and it seems to me like that Joe got Sipple, and then Sipple got Sturdivant and Deb Strauss. It's kind of how that went. I actually forgot about that when you were talking. The Sipple is in here too.
He did mention all that, Jack.
Okay, I just want to make sure. And
yeah.
But this Sipple part becomes kind of a sticking point 3 days later in the phone call, and I know you heard it, Dave. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, it's a good point. And when we talk about this whole denial of anything being disturbed, one of the main players in that denial was Kelly Sipple, and it comes from his CASO report.
That's right.
In his CASO report that I'm looking at right now, and for people that haven't read it, Kelly Sipple was around for the discovery. However, before the sifting began, apparently his shift ended and he left.
That's right. He left.
So he left about 3 p.m., which is right around the time that the crime lab was called. Whether that's coincidence or not, I don't know. I don't put too much weight into that. But the fact of the matter is he was around with Jason when the bone was discovered. And he was there with Sturdivant and Deb Strauss looking or doing whatever they were doing from 1:30 p.m. till 3 p.m. His shift was done, and we know that he left. But in his report, he talks about this situation, and he gives this example about how, because of his experience in his parents owning a butcher shop, right?
Correct.
He was familiar with what bones looked like, and he described this piece of bone fragment 8 feet south that looked like a piece of vertebrae that had honeycombing. But anywho, the relevant point to what Jack was saying there was that he's very clear in his report, and I'm going to read it a little bit here. He says, it should also be noted that prior to checking the burn area, so prior to it being there, I observed that this area had not been disturbed.
Yes. Well,
it's just such an odd statement to throw into a report
because they knew that it had been disturbed.
Have a piece of chocolate before dinner.
Yep.
Yeah, exactly.
They knew that it had been disturbed, and remember on the defense diaries what Motta said. A lot of these reports are written contemporaneously. In other words, they get together, they get their story straight, then they write the report. It was absolutely crucial that they're all in one direction, i.e., hey, we never touched the burn pit, right? I don't know what Erd was talking about, that it had obviously been disturbed. So they've got they know that they can't admit that they're actually mucking around with the burn pit, either by raking it, modifying it, because it means that the cremains that you see are not how the cremains looked in situ. And that is very, very telling.
Right. So let's move forward a little bit. Just kind of to give you, again, a little visual and a little bit of the story of what happened that day. So once the crime lab is finally called, and thanks to Erdl and his testimony, which I think reveals some really interesting facts. And one of the things that I felt was interesting was he describes getting a call from whoever it was, whether it was Joe's or probably Sturdivant, at the burn pit, saying that the request was for his sifting equipment. It wasn't necessarily for him and his team of Cates and what was the other guy's name?
Zhang.
Zhang. Yep. Thank you.
The photographer.
Correct. It wasn't, the request wasn't for their help. The request was because Sturdivant and probably others were aware that the state crime lab had sifting equipment. And that was what the request was for. But Ertl says in his testimony that because they didn't have anything else going on at the time, him and the team that he had decided to go with. So, I always wondered if he was busy, would he have ever even been there? But Jack, can you maybe throw up the picture of the sifting equipment? Give people another visual here. And throw this picture up in hopes to kind of give you a visual of what type of equipment that they set up that day, just outside the burn pit. It was an apparatus that I think it was somewhere between 6 and 8 feet tall, tripod that had chains hanging down from it that held the sifting screen. And, when it comes to the sifting screen itself, there's
I'm trying to get to it. I don't think I've got too many loaded here. Let me unload a few of these, and I think I can get it then.
Yeah, no problem. The sifting screen itself that they were putting the material on, there's actually some varying statements, whether it was one screen or multiple screens that the material was going through. But whether it was one or multiple, bottom line was the mesh on that sifting screen was about 1/4 of an inch. The openings were about 1/4 of an inch.
Yep, 0.25.
And the purpose of that is pretty simple, right? You put the material, loose ash, dirt onto the sifting screen. There we go. As you can see here, you put it on there, and then officers and investigators can shake or, tap on the sides or whatever they want to do to get the fine material to fall through and the larger material to stay on top. A 5-year-old could understand this process, right?
Yep.
So because the burn pit had a hard crust bottom to it, and there was some loose ash that was inside the burn pit, this process was pretty simple. The process consisted of Ertl scooping up with a shovel, kind of like you see on the top left there, and using it almost like a dustpan is how he describes it. He doesn't dig down into the soil at all. He just kind of uses the shovel as a dustpan to collect the loose ash. He turns around and he places it onto the sifting screen. And there's multiple officers and investigators that sift through with their hands. And as every single one of them has stated, what they were looking for was anything of evidentiary value. Bone fragments, teeth, metal grommets, zippers, you name it. Anything that was of potential evidence is what they were looking for. Right, Doc?
Correct. So anything smaller than 0.25 inch will fall through the sieve, go to the bottom, to where the top. And I've heard that they used either 2 or 3 screens.
Yeah.
So this material was finely sifted.
Well, at worst, or I guess at best, it went through 1/4 of an inch, Doc. They had an 1/8 inch mesh available as well. That in the pre-trial, they talk about the fact they used that one.
Yes.
Underneath the 1/4 inch. So it would have, but I was conservative and said, let's just say it's 1/4 of an inch,
Yeah, right.
So again, that's what the process looked like. And again, one of the big things I want to emphasize here is when we look at the burn pit itself, and Jack, maybe pull up the picture of the 6 and the one that Reese took, kind of give us a visual of what was in that burn pit. we're talking about a 4 or 5 foot,
4x5.
4x5 area where there's about, I think Ertl describes anywhere from 0 to 6 inches of ash and material. In the grand scheme of things, that's not that much. I think we forget that. I think we lose sight of the fact that there's really not that much loose ash in there, right?
Correct.
I think it's also noteworthy, and I understand Ertl's standpoint of what he tells Fassbender. Didn't photograph a damn thing because somebody had been screwing with that area, and the scene had been altered. However, once he got there and really kind of took over, I'm really kind of disappointed that at least some of that process was not documented. We have nothing, and he had he had Zhang there. Zhang could have snapped a few photos of what they were doing. That way, at least.
Yeah. How about photos of like the material that had remained on top from each shovelful?
That's right.
Showing that this was on top, and then we're placing these things in the box.
That's right. And that box is really important because of Bennett, right? But you'll get to that. Go ahead.
Yeah. So again, I want people to see this picture because what often, and especially with how unbelievable the state's claims of what comes out of this tarp full of debris is, we need to look at this picture. The material that's inside this burn pit, the loose ash, it's not a large quantity. It's understanding that because Ertl got there at 3 p.m. and they wrapped up around 5 p.m., that makes sense. There's not that much material in there too. I would estimate if he was using his shovel as a dustpan and kind of, grabbing the loose material, turning around, placing it on the sifting, them doing that, I don't know, 10, 15, maybe 20 shovels.
At most.
Max.
I'm guessing 10 to 15 at most.
It's just not much.
No,
and so
it's not that big of an area.
So as Doc said, the material that was larger than a quarter of an inch and remained on top of the sifting mesh was examined by hand, by people looking directly over top of it. And Ertl points out in his testimony that oftentimes people would ask him, hey, does this look like a bone? And Doc, what was Ertl's response to people when they were asking him?
If in doubt, put it in the box.
Put it in where?
In the box. In the box. Yep.
So
I think it's important too to point out. Sorry for interrupting again.
You're good.
Of these 5 people that were there that were helping do this task, of not having qualified people that knew what the F they were doing in this alleged crime scene. I mean, this is supposed to be a really big deal, but you're going to have people that have no clue what they're doing. They're helping you. I'm sorry, I do not understand that.
I think that's a very, very important point.
Mm-hmm.
The mere fact that Ertl's helpers were quizzing Ertl, does this look like a bone? Are we meant to keep this? And Ertl saying, well, if it looks like a bone or if it looks important, just put it in the box, is indicative of the amateurish, disgusting, and incompetent sifting of a potential crime scene.
If they think that's Teresa, how disrespectful can you be? I mean, if they really think that this happened here, right? That's just my mindset.
Yep. When in retrospect, when you think of all the massive effort that took place one day prior at Cuss Road for a peat moss bag and a rotting wooden pallet, they brought out the entire cavalry, and they were there all day with multiple visits by multiple officers like Lincoln, Colburn, Tyson, the whole box and dice, including an aeroplane flying up above all day, taking pictures and the presence of floodlights. And right there, you had Laurel and Hardy processing a burn pit, and none of them knew what the fuck they were doing. That's the most disingenuous, amateurish processing of a crime scene I have ever seen.
Terrible.
And cannot justify the actions of any of those officers at that burn pit. I'm sorry, I know I was very emotional, but that is the height of stupidity right there.
Mm-hmm.
I agree. You can't just say, well, they didn't know if they were human, or some of the dumb responses I've heard
It's
to
just not
that
how it
very
works.
argument. It's just, mind-boggling.
And it's not what would have happened, right? Are you like, these investigators and cops might not have been the brightest, but I promise you, I just can't fathom the thought of someone, thinking in good faith, let's just rush and get these things off to see if they're human, and then we'll come back if it's true.
And we'll come back, which is exactly Sturtevant's line. Well,
Absolutely.
we will sift these bones, get them quickly to the crime lab. If they tell them that they're human, I will go back and process that. We'll continue processing the burn pit.
Yeah.
So that he was doing things in reverse.
Absolutely.
Yep.
So let's move on, and I want to actually answer Anthony Hill's question here, because it tends to be a big factor when we talk about the sifting here of the burn pit. Because there was multiple sifts of the material, quote unquote, from Stevens burn pit after the 8th, there's a lot of confusion, and I believe purposefully done in the reporting and everything to confuse us and probably everyone else as far as where remains came from, actually. But I think what I want
Duke,
yep,
that further sifting was done at the sheriff's office, Calumet, or
there's multiple further siftings. One was done 2 days later on the 10th, and that was at Calumet County Sheriff's Department in their evidence storage room. And then there was a further examination of the quote unquote debris from the burn pit done on December 19th in Madison at the state crime lab.
and that is supposedly everything that was left in the tarp, right?
Correct.
From the sifting.
On the 8th.
That's what they're re-examining.
Correct.
Yeah.
And that's that's a great point. That's what I want people to see here. What they're re-examining is the material that you're looking at in the center of the burn pit there, which is not much.
And not to confuse the issue, I'm sorry, Dick. I just feel I need to add this in. And talking about Mickle's material, that's another quarry there's to the southwest of Avery's. And when the dogs hit on this area, I don't remember what day it was. Was it the 6th?
6th.
Okay, so they call Earl over there because 3 cadaver dogs had hit on this spot in this quarry from these searchers. Human cadaver, talking about cadaver dogs. So they detected the scent of death of a human or biological decay at minimum. They go sift that area. Was that tarp ever identified and searched? I'm just saying. Right?
Might be spoiling the party here, but no, that tarp where Ertl shoveled what he described as 4 to 6 feet of sand and gravel onto a tarp was never entered into Calumet County Sheriff's Department's evidence officially.
I think that's really interesting that anyway, I sorry for adding that in, but I didn't want to confuse. I'm trying to keep it separate, but anyway.
Yeah, no, it's a good point. It's actually a good comparison point, right? When you talk about someone shoveling up 4 to 6 feet worth of sand, gravel onto a tarp, I think we can all understand that would be, if you're going to take from the shovel, go right onto the tarp, that's a lot of debris you're going to want to re-sift through, right?
Huge.
Absolutely.
Yeah. If it didn't go through a sifting screen and you just shoveled a bunch of stuff onto a tarp, well, hell yeah, let's get some more people in to review better conditions exactly what's inside that tarp. But the
And
point
did they have another box that, if they didn't know what it was, they threw it in the box, or they, too big to go through the screens, threw it in the box, threw it in a box that I'm just saying, because we don't know. There's so much incompleteness surrounding this event.
And confusion. And
Oh, yeah, hell yeah.
Mhm. Well, that's what I'm here to try to help clear up at least a little. And the main point is the material that's inside this burn pit here, everyone, is not a large amount of material. And that's really important to remember as we continue through this timeline of what actually happened and what they're claiming actually happened. But the material that's inside this burn pit, I mean, I understand why it only took a couple hours, little less than 2 hours to sift through it all. There's just not much. And so as they're sifting through it, like I said, anything larger than 1/4 of an inch, they're looking at and determining, is this even remotely close to anything potentially that might be evidence? We've got no experts here, but go back, Jack, if you would, to that box of bones. We're going to look at how well they did, right?
Yeah, give me just a second. I'll get it up.
I'll tell you what's always bothered me is there's not a measurement on this box as to how big it is.
Scale.
I believe it's the size of a piece of paper, 8.5 by 11.
Why do you believe that?
There was Ertl had talked about how each of the burn barrels that he went through, he put the what he felt like was potential evidence in the same box, same exact kind of box that he put the bones from the burn pit in. And we have scale of those boxes.
Okay.
And they're about the size of a sheet of paper.
There you go.
Okay, that makes sense.
And it makes sense too, because if you think about like your typical gallon size Ziploc bag, folded in half, and what you're looking at in the front of that box, those are, about gallon size Ziploc bags that they've got additional fragments in.
That's a good point.
So from a scale standpoint, we're talking about 8.5 by 11 inches, roughly, is what this box of bones is. But going back to my point about, again, this sifting that they did that day, and anything larger than 1/4 inch, they were pulling out and placing in the box. I mean, look at the box. They did pretty good. How many fragments are in there? I can't count. Got to be over 100. You would think.
There's a lot.
Yeah, it's a bunch.
And a lot of them pretty small. Things that I wouldn't necessarily, as someone who's not an expert, and I know these guys probably had a little more experience than me, but as I'm looking at these things, nothing is sticking out to me as like, whoa, let's definitely collect this. But I mean, at the end of the day, everything that was inside this box was human remains, human bone.
Well,
Duke, am I correct in saying that? I think I remember maybe from Doc that inside that plastic bag is skull fragments.
Cranial bone fragments.
Cranial.
And those are separated by Bennett, correct?
Bennett, correct. Bob Bennett.
The anthropologist who first looked at this box of bones on the 9th of November, the retired forensic anthropologist, is the one who said he separated those bones into a separate Ziploc.
The reality is this: all those bones that you see in that box in the bottom, they may be non-human, they may be animal bones, right? So in other words, pre-screening could have been done by Bennett, where the bones may potentially been obviously human, because remember, he's the one that discovered the ilium bone. Mm-hmm. That's how he was able to ascertain that it was from an adult human female. Those bones in that box have got to all be above 0.25 inch. Would you agree, Jake?
Well, they would have to be in order to stay on top.
Yep. So they're all greater than a quarter of an inch, right? Otherwise, they would have gone through the sifter and into the tarp. The fact that they were collected on the screen meant that they were greater or equal to 0.25 of an inch. Now, the fact that you've got all these bones and you look at them, if Jack 61 can blow up the picture, you can't tell by looking at those bone fragments whether they're animal or human, or they could be rock, or they could be burnt insulation. Correct?
Or burnt wood.
Yep, correct. Or burnt wood. Because remember, Stephen Avery had used that burn pit to burn rubbish, to burn animal carcasses, all sorts of stuff. You do not know the age of those bone fragments that you're looking at, correct?
Correct.
No idea.
Can you blow that up, Jack? Is it possible?
I can try. It may throw me out. StreamYard doesn't like it because this is on I've got it opened in Explorer or Edge,
Okay.
my web browser. It could kick me off. It has
okay.
before when I've zoomed.
Better
I'm looking for another. I'm looking for another, just a plain photo that I can put on here and blow up. So while we're talking, I'll keep looking.
Yeah. But what you notice, right, is that these bones are amorphic. They've got no shape. They are heavily fragmented, right? We're talking about thermal destruction, complete thermal destruction. Would you agree?
Right.
Yeah.
Well, absolutely. And I think what I want people to do here, and this is what was helpful for me as well, is when I'm looking at these things, I think to myself, okay, if it was me and I was sifting through the stuff, I might grab this as well and show Earl and say, hey, do you think this is a bone? So that part of it makes sense that they're putting this in here. But this is where I have a really, really big problem. And that's if you compare what these fragments look like to item BZ. And so if we can go back to a photo of item BZ, the issue lies here is that the state has no explanation for how these fragments in item BZ were missed on November the 8th. They did a fantastic job of not drawing enough attention to item BZ for further questions to really be asked of it. But all of these items, every single bit of items in here are said to have come from Stephen's burn pit on November the 8th, but somehow did not wind up in the box of put everything that's potentially of evidentiary value in here box. They didn't end up in that box. They ended up, quote unquote, inside the tarp that was catching items less than a quarter of an inch in size. And so obviously, with some of the measurements here, we know that it's physically impossible for some of these items to have fallen through, right?
Oh, 100%.
Absolutely. Yeah.
And the most obvious bone, is the one up above, the so-called shin bone that Kratz talked about. And are you trying to tell me that no one picked up that bone, showed it to Erdl to say, put this in the box? That
It's also one of the biggest.
It is one of the biggest.
What's in the box?
That bone is 2.5 inches by 0.8. It does not go through a sifter.
And as described by Eisenberg, it's relatively unburnt.
Yes, correct.
The muscle tissue, based on what Pevito tells us and how he discovered it, it's soft and has some give to it, squishy.
Yep.
Yeah. What you have to believe, in order for item BZ here, all the items in this photo to have been overlooked by people on the 8th was that someone had to have grabbed these items that were larger than 1/4 of an inch and deemed them, irrelevant.
Not evidentiary.
When in reality, I think 100 out of 100 times, people would agree that these pieces right here would have stood out more than any other fragment that you saw in that box of bones, by far.
Correct.
And these were later found in the tarp where the ash fell through, correct?
2 days later.
Ertl describes it multiple times very, very clearly. He said any item that fell through the sifting screens onto the tarp was gathered to be reevaluated if needed. So these items somehow fell through the sifting screen. We know that that's physically impossible. So somehow they winded up on the tarp.
So they found these 2 days later at the sheriff's office, Calumet?
Correct. If you remember, Pevito, who is he is our arson investigator guy. He's been there and he's been doing it for 30 years-ish. He's on a worldwide national board of arson investigators. He's very highly qualified. He takes his job very seriously. He is finally called in to be the guy to run the show at the burn pit, right? He gets there on the 9th. He kind of evaluates the burn pit, but he's there in the afternoon. So his investigation and assistance with this investigation really begins on the 10th. His first step, his first task isn't going to the burn pit on the 10th. His first task is spending the entire morning with Tom Sturdivant at the Calumet County Sheriff's Department with Rick Reamer, Calumet County Calumet Sheriff's Officer, collecting and sifting through a tarp full of debris that he says is told came from Stephen Avery's burn pit. That's his first task, and that's when item BZ is discovered.
I did find this one. This is a trial exhibit, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, again, I think the fascinating thing looking at that box of bones and looking at the items in BZ, the items in BZ pretty clearly have a substantially different look than any of the fragments in this box.
Yeah.
Eisenberg describes them as relatively unburnt. There's even little fragments in item BZ that are pretty small, but you can tell have a different coloring than any fragment in this box here.
Yep.
I think it's important to just discuss for just a moment talking about this fire because, we've talked about this fire. I posted quite a bit about it on X, probably to the point of ad nauseum, but it's worth talking about the amount of heat that it takes to reduce a human body to this state that we see it in. I'm not a scientist, so I really can't talk like one. Maybe Doc can talk more, but just from my personal life experience, I can tell you I've been around hot fires, and if this event had to take place in a whatever area, and you're looking at 1,500 to 2,000 degrees over several hours, you're not getting close to that fire. I'm telling you, you can't do it. Even with protective clothing, you're only going to be able to get to a certain close to it for a very short amount of time, and you're going to have to back away, or you're going to get burned. I can know that for a fact of the radiant heat.
Well, you're correct, Jack 61, because you have to have a look at the level of thermal destruction of these cremains, right? And remember, we looked at comparison pictures of the box of bones versus bones that came out of a professional crematorium. So we know that around about 1,600, 1,800 degrees, I think, Fahrenheit is what you need for around about 2 to 3 hours in a professional crematorium. So if you look at the thermal destruction that you see there, Eisenberg said that a lot of these cremains were calcined, which meant that all the dry organic material inside the bone, all the organic material just dried up, all disappeared, right? No way you're going to extract any DNA from that because all the organic matter just completely evaporated, which means
you're
that
you're virtually at ash level. I mean, you're really approaching ash level at that point, right, Doc?
the bones themselves are porcelain and they're very, very brittle. And what you notice about those bones is that you find calcined bones in that box, which means that the degree of heat that these cremains were exposed to was extremely high, right? And then you've got the curveball of, wait a minute, so in the same burn pit, you've got calcined bones, and these are the cranial bone fragments that you see over here. Look how small they are, completely burnt, no flesh, nothing. And then item BZ shows up with desiccated muscle tissue, and Eisenberg says it almost appeared unburnt, right?
Okay, so these are the cranial fragments,
cranial
correct?
bone fragments, correct?
All of them.
Yep.
So that is not what is in that Ziploc on top of the box of bones. I don't believe that is what's in there.
If you put the picture back up, you can see that they're relatively flat, and
Look
I reckon
how big they look too.
Yep, and I reckon one of them is probably the ilium part of the hip.
And I just want to make the point about this, how hot the fire is going to be and everything. If somebody burn a body, were able to get it down, to bones, no matter how long it took them, if they're going to break them up with a shovel, they're going to wait until the fire is about gone. And at that point, burnt as much as they're going to be. And then they're going to break them up. It's not like somebody was standing there breaking them up as the fire is burning. So I just never have understood that point that, there's no way Stephen did that, because, that wouldn't be the way it would be done, as it was really hot. Do you understand what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, yes. In a professional crematorium, what they do is they use I've seen it. They use a long metal bar and they chomp on the bones, because some of the bones, spine, hip, skull, are very hard. They're resistant to completely burning. So they use this long metal bar. Now, depending on what crematorium you go, they're different. They smash them to break up the bones. They break them. But
after they've been burned.
Yes.
So I'm
correct.
just pointing out that it doesn't have to be that somebody's trying to break up these bones during this giant fire.
No. That's not what I'm saying. I'm talking about even because, if you've got a fire going, you've got to feed fuel to it, this gigantically hot fire. That's the number one problem, having enough fuel and the oxygen to feed it, because you got to have the oxygen, a massive amount, to generate that much heat.
Well, I don't believe there's any way that this occurred there in that burn pit to begin with.
Not a chance in hell. I agree with you.
Yeah.
And the state, sorry, Duke, I'll be very quick. The state attests that Stephen used the shovel, the rake, hoe, other instruments to tend to the fire and to break up the bones. Yet they were all left and none of them were forensically tested. Even microtrace evidence to say, oh, look, there's some flesh here, there's some fat here, there's some bone fragments. Nothing.
But item BZ somehow was protected. And
Hey.
I'm sorry, even from a thermal heat standpoint, let's just say that it was behind whatever, you still got this intense thermal heat right there. How would BZ, that muscle tissue, survive? I don't get it.
It wouldn't.
And to add to Jack's point,
I also
didn't. Go ahead, Susan.
No, go ahead, Neverly.
I just wanted to add to Jack's point. Then how did Scott Tadich see Barb's kids, not identifying anybody in particular, standing next to the fire? just chilling, right? That's one thing, a little tidbit. And another one is a big tidbit. My pet peeve and my trigger is the lack of smell. But we're not talking about that. I understand, but I had to throw it in because I think it's super relevant.
Yes.
I just wanted to comment on that court exhibit of the box of bones. What kind of photo is that? There's at least 3 Ziploc bags there on top of other bones. Why don't they have that all laid out separately? I mean, you just show that, and that's crazy to me that that's actually an exhibit.
Well,
Agree with you, Susan. And also my question is,
to be fair, I'm sorry, Neverly. To be fair to you, Susan, there could be other exhibit photos that we don't have because we don't have them all. We've got a lot. Don't get me wrong, but we do not have every exhibit photo. Go ahead.
You couldn't even get every exhibit photo?
Well, back when we got these in early 2016, I mean, we had quite a bit of money and donations that Skip Top did all this, but no, we didn't have enough. Those photos were, I don't remember what they charged.
So it was just a matter of money, not them
Yes.
holding them back. Okay.
Yes, and I've actually talked to Doc and Duke about going through the exhibits that we do have and then ordering or buying the rest of the ones that we didn't order back then. I think we could probably do that, and it probably would be good to go ahead and do it. I've been lazy about it and haven't gone through.
But what's silly is so many of them are worthless.
Oh, absolutely. I agree.
Yeah.
I mean, this one here's something, but like you said, Susan, pull all that shit out and lay it out so you can see everything.
Right.
well, that was my also question that I was gonna ask Duke. When they throw all these, like if in doubt, put it in the box. What happens next? I don't know. How did they actually test these bones, the big ones and the little ones?
Eisenberg put them in Ziploc bags depending on what type of where in the skeleton it came from, like above the shoulders, below the shoulders, arms, torso. She categorized them and placed them in different Ziploc bags and then weighed them.
Yeah, but
so maybe what's left are chicken.
Yep, could well be animal bones.
Sheep.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yep.
Deer.
Yep. Correct.
Well, Doc, but this photo was taken, I think, before, or as Eisenberg received it. Correct.
Eisenberg took a lot of the photos. Correct. She even says that in her report when she got the box.
Like of the infamous box of bones photo is the one that we're looking at right now. This is as she received it, not necessarily she hadn't done anything yet. So the Ziplocs were from Bennett.
Bennett. Yeah,
Bennett.
Probably.
Yeah. So to answer the question a little bit, what they did with this box, because remember there was a few other items other than just bone in there. Remember there was the zipper.
Yes. Yes. Metal bits. Metal.
Couple metal bits.
Rivets?
Not the rivets. No. Those weren't in the box.
Not yet. Oh no.
Those fell through the sifting screen as well. I guess all of them. I'm dead serious. I'm not joking. Those were found in December when examining the same tarp of bits that fell through the sifting screen at Stevens Burn Pit. So I think where I want people's focus to be on here with item BZ, because there's a million questions about the burn pit that we could ask. But if you focus enough on this one question, you're going to really struggle to find a legitimate answer. And that is, how do people miss these items that you're looking at right now on November the 8th? Can anyone think of, and I asked this in a way that I've struggled trying to answer it from a logical standpoint for a long time, but I am open and receptive to someone giving me some sort of answer that might challenge my thought, but I don't think it's humanly possible that these fragments would have been overlooked on November the 8th. But I'm open to hearing from everyone else, people in chat, on the panel, of how they think these items were overlooked on the 8th.
Did they only have one screen mechanism, Duke? You know, one tripod?
Yes, just one tripod. However, there were
multiple screens.
Multiple screens with different
Well,
size.
we know, yeah, we know none of that went through screens. But
Right.
I just thought maybe there were two tripods and somebody at one of them had no clue what they were doing. Or
Yeah, good question, but no, just one tripod, and the person shoveling the material was always Ertl. He was the one that took the material from it, so there wasn't multiple sifts that were going on. It was just Ertl shoveling, and what he described as between 4 to 6 people around the sifting screen with their hands and with different tools that he provided them, sorting the materials that was too big to fall through.
So in essence, only the very finest material would have gone straight through. So because you got a graduated sifting, the larger items would have been right up the top, medium items in the middle, smaller ones down the bottom, and real fine dust would have gone straight through. So here's the problem. You've got the tarp at the bottom of the sifting equipment, right at the bottom. So he would have laid his tripod with the screens, and right at the bottom was the tarp that collected all the material. The question is, how does one of the largest bone and muscle tissue, because remember the whole thing is called item BZ, it's just not one item, it's all of them.
Right.
How does that bypass 2, 3 screens, ends up on the tarp when people are physically going through the material that's being sifted, going up to Ertl and saying, is this important? If in doubt, put it in the box. So the question is, how did it go through all the sifting? The fact that there were 5 or 6 people at the sifter and that material, item BZ, ended up on the bottom in the tarp and no one noticed it until 2 days later.
Yeah, didn't make it into the white box, because Bennett definitely would have.
Bennett does not record any of this.
No.
I've got an answer. That did not happen.
Yeah, I agree.
It didn't.
I agree.
Another important piece of this here is, if we look at this photo here, it's a good example, and there is some, I think, brightening done on this photo, but it gives us a clue here to make the claim that this came from the burn pit even more far-fetched, and that's the uniformity in the way in which these fragments are colored to each other. Look at like the very tiny material in that bottom left and how the coloring of it matches the other items that are larger that we can see, right? It's pretty distinct.
Yes.
And to think that there isn't one fragment in the box of bones that has this type of coloring is absolutely telling to me. You know,
not only that, Duke. keep going.
I was just gonna say, you couldn't win the lottery with the amount of odds it would take for every bit that was, identical to these items in this photo here to all be missed on the 8th. If supposedly they were all mixed into this, loose ash that's in the burn pit and being randomly sifted and shoveled up onto a screen. The fact that there's not one bit in here that looks like anything in item, 8318, the box of bones, and the fact that there's nothing in the box of bones that looks like anything in this photo is 100% proof that these were collected at 2 separate places. Period.
Yes, it's indicative of a separate burning event.
Yes.
Or a separate location, because of the uniformity of the degree that these items have been burnt, which is in complete contrast to the total thermal destruction you see in that box, 8318.
Correct. So again, I think I posed the question to people in chat and people here, if there's any way that they could explain how these items found their way from the burn pit to the tarp on November 8th, because I cannot, and one of the things that I guess part of the feedback that I've received in the posts that I've made about this recently has been some comments from people that identify more so as like the state advocates, the guilters, to give their explanation, because they have to, right? They can't, you cannot admit as the state advocate that these, okay, yeah, you're right, these probably weren't in the burn pit, because there goes the case right out the window.
No, unfortunately, the state advocates have got no option. There cannot be an alternative burn site. The primary burn site has to be Stephen Avery's burn pit. The moment you start looking at other alternative locations, you're in deep trouble.
Right. Well, and the moment you admit that these bones were not burned in the burn pit is the moment that you have to admit the fact that law enforcement, investigators, Kratz, and the state lied about the only piece of human remains that they were able to identify as Teresa being found in Stephen's burn pit.
Correct.
So how are they answering that question, Duke?
Well,
let me count that way. Let me count the ways. Oh my God.
To be frank, they're doing a poor job, and I don't mean to be critical or to be insensitive about it, but the excuses that they make are really poor, because there is no excuse. But the excuses that I have heard are that, Ertl talks about in his testimony, which is actually kind of damning, and I'll talk about this in a minute. But they ask him, okay, so you sifted through the material, the loose ash, collected what you felt like was of evidentiary value into the box of bones. Then what did you do? And he says, well, I, collected the box. We cleaned up our sifting equipment, gathered that up, and we headed off to our next task. And they said, well, what about the tarp that caught the debris, that fell through? He said, well, it was my understanding that Tom Sturdivant was going to take care of that. And they said, okay, so to clarify, you left before that process of, cleaning up the tarp and gathering that was finished, correct? And he said, yes. So what the state advocates have said to me was, well, how do you know that once Ertl left, Sturdivant didn't scoop up stuff from the burn pit and put it onto the tarp, and that's where BZ was?
No.
Did Sturdivant testify to what he did with the tarp? Didn't he?
He did. His testimony, they didn't really ask poignant questions about, once Ertl left, what did you do, with the tarp? But he did make it clear, we collected the tarp and had it available to be reexamined. In his reporting outside of, court, he says that, he collected the tarp, but it's actually, I think it's Rick Reamer's report in Calumet County that's the most helpful for us. And that talks about how he was the one that collected all of the evidence. He collected the box of bones from Ertl, as well as a number of other items that Ertl had to give to him around 5:30 or so, which lines up with about when he left. So Ertl leaves the burn pit and goes to the, the command post where Rick Reamer is, and he provides him with all this evidence. And Reamer does a great job in his report of detailing, from a timing standpoint, between 5:30 and 5:45, he's getting all these bits of evidence from John Ertl. And then he says,
say he puts that tarp in a big garbage bag.
Yeah, the process of collecting that debris Sturdivant says he takes a tarp and he kind of ties it up like you would like a bed sheet, kind of ties up and then puts it into a black trash bag and then double bags it by putting that trash bag into a separate trash bag. So that's
Right.
how he describes doing it. But it's interesting that in Rick Reamer's report, he talks about this, hey, we got all the evidence from John Ertl between 5:30, 5:45. And he, it's a pretty lengthy list of evidence items that he gets. And he says underneath all of them, and I took all these to Calumet County, they were stored away, yada, yada. And then there's one more point underneath it that's separate from all the other items. And he's saying that at 6:30 p.m., he collected a tarp full of debris from Tom Sturdivant and Deb Strauss. And it always, in my mind, I was confused about why it's all the way at 6:30 p.m. that tarp is being collected. It seems like, we're talking about an hour after Ertl leaves there, and it wouldn't take an hour to tie that tarp up and bring it down, right? So that's how go ahead.
No one that or that I've read has admitted picking up item BZ, right? No one has said, apart from when the tarp was sifted on the 10th, no one talks about picking up a bone or muscle tissue and placing it on the tarp.
Right.
We've got this black hole, right? Whereby you've got a 4 by 5 foot burn pit area, open, flat. Okay, it's got the raised size, but it's relatively flat. Now, we know that it had rain in between, and from Sturdivant's observations, he saw a pile of bones in the middle. That is a bone, right? So hence, it's hard to explain how. Now, you look at item BZ. Item BZ is the entire collection. Now, how on earth could have all this material have been missed or picked up by Sturdivant, right? How was he going to pick up these tiny little bone fragments and then just dump them on a tarp? What equipment did he have in order to pick it up? So therefore, you've got this bizarre situation whereby you've got a small burn pit, 5 or 6 people around the burn pit, one piece of sifting equipment, multiple screens, one tarp, and it's Ertl who's doing the shot. And he said that remember what he said? He was very careful, very systematic, took off the top ash layer, right? Made sure that he had collected everything, sifted everything. And then are you trying to say that all of a sudden muscle, one of the largest pieces of muscle tissue, one of the largest pieces of bone pops out of nowhere when Ertl is absent, and then they pick these up, including tiny bone fragments, and then place it onto the tarp. And no one writes in a report to say, well, I found these items. We obviously had somehow missed them. I put them on the tarp. Nothing. Absolutely.
The only place I've ever seen in the evidence.
Yeah, and Doc, do you ever find it? Because I was thinking about this.
Oh, sorry, Susan.
I was just going to say the only place I've seen in that report where the word tissue is mentioned comes from Michael's quarry.
Michael's quarry, correct.
That's right.
Correct.
Sorry, Duke.
Oh no, you're fine. I was just one of the things that I was thinking of recently was, we talk about no photos of the burn pit. Is it interesting at all that there's no photos of Pevito and Sturdivant's sifting on the 10th that morning? He was pretty extensive with his photos that he did at the burn pit, but there's absolutely no photos of what he did at the sheriff's department.
Correct. There are photographs I know of the sifting process, but nothing in terms of like, oh, these are the items that we found. Let's take some pictures. Let's put a scale. None of that whatsoever.
No.
Very interesting that in court, Kratz and Culhane only showed part of item BZ with no scale. They had highly cropped the image, which is very interesting.
Yeah, and the fact that Culhane says she had to cut some of the tissue off of that large bone, yet there's a, relatively, and this is a little insensitive, but there's a relatively gigantic piece of muscle tissue if you zoomed out in the photo that they were looking at in court. So why did they make this dramatic reading of like, I cut this sliver of tissue off of this bone here?
Perceptions.
Yeah.
Perception.
But you know why? Because I had to prove that the tissue was associated with that bone. But anybody, if you're doing a DNA extraction and you see this large 2-inch piece of muscle, what do you think you're going to try and extract DNA or mitochondria from? That muscle tissue. That's a godsend because it's not desiccated completely. It is still spongy, which means that the chance of you extracting DNA from that tissue sample is extremely high. And Culhane talks about, well, I got a little bit of that muscle tissue from the bone. Nah, she had to have extracted it from that large muscle piece. That's the obvious place that you source your DNA from. You don't try and scrape a burnt muscle, because the muscle tissue being highly burnt means that the likelihood of you extracting DNA is probably zero. The DNA is all damaged, all destroyed by the heat. So you go for the muscle.
Mm-hmm.
So you've got Sturdivant throwing some extra shit on the tarp before he wraps it up. So what other answers are you getting? I'm curious.
Well, I'm going to throw out a big little bit of, well, I'm going to provide you with facts, but the facts are going to lead to my speculation. But I was just putting this together recently. I sent Doc and Jack a message earlier today about it because I finally said, wait, I got to look at the logs. One of the things I wanted to do was, again, when I talked about the time gap between when Reamer collected all the other evidence, including the box of bones, and then Sturdivant and Deb Strauss give him the tarp, there was a little gap there, 6:30 p.m. And I thought to myself, okay, what happened between 5:30 and 6:30 p.m.? And sure enough, I looked on the crime logs, and there's Sturdivant and Deb Strauss leaving the Avery property at 5:50 p.m. and returning around 6:15 p.m. And there's also around that time frame calls from Calumet County radio traffic where one of the officers is saying, hey, who's heading out on the ATV? I just saw these people drive by, and the response he gets is, oh, it's DCI. Don't worry about it. And the direction they're heading is east from the command post, meaning towards Mitchell's.
Michael's.
That's interesting.
And so between the time where Sturdivant wraps up with the burn pit, he's the one that has the tarp, correct? So that means that tarp left Avery's property with Sturdivant and Strauss from 5:50 p.m. till 6:15 p.m. where they returned. That evidence was collected at 6:30, the tarp, and he leaves the property shortly after, I think 6:38 something is when he logs back out. That to me is incredibly interesting, that he has possession of this tarp full of debris. He doesn't give it before he leaves the property. He leaves, comes back, gives the tarp, then leaves again.
So not only do they find BZ 2 days later, but talk about what they find in December. out of the same tarp, right?
Out of the same tarp. Let me pull up. I got the list right here. So, and again, remember the 10th where Pevito and Sturdivant go through it. That's a thorough, it's in their face, highlighting. Yeah. Clearly a thorough examination. I mean, look at the micro fragments in item BZ. It's thorough, right?
Yeah.
Right.
So then we get to the 19th of December, where this tarp, same tarp that Sturdivant went through, same tarp that Pevito and him went through, where they found BZ miraculously. They then go through again with, now all the people that are there, it kind of escapes me, but they're going through it in Madison at the crime lab. And the items that they discover inside of this tarp, allegedly, are as follows. I'm not going to read the property tag numbers. I'm just going to read the description of them. 1, a suspected bone fragment. 2, hair fibers. 3, fibers. 4, teeth. 5, paper. 6, suspected bone fragments. 7 through 11, a clothing rivet. 12, burnt paper. 13, a clothing rivet. 14, metal pieces. So all of those bone fragments, and yes, the rivets that I mentioned here are the infamous Dassey Fuentes rivets. They escaped
A little bigger
the
than a quarter inch. Yeah.
They escaped the sifting on the 8th. They escaped Sturdivant's and Pevito's thorough examination of the burn pit on the 10th. And along with the unbelievably hair fibers and burnt paper.
How does that survive a fire that's 1,500 to 2,000 degrees? How does that work? Somebody help me understand.
It destroyed every single tooth to the point of no repair, but it left some paper. And paper, I mind you, that is like, it's not even wrinkled. It's newspaper that you can still read the words on.
Which could have gone off to the edge, maybe out of the fire. But how does that get left there? How does that get left in the tarp?
Exactly. What clearly happened to me, and it's beyond any shadow of a doubt, is that there were multiple areas that were excavated outside of the Avery property with debris placed onto a tarp to be later analyzed. And anything that was inside of a tarp, when people like Pevito came to examine it, the first question he asks is, okay, I'll look inside this tarp. Where did it come from? And how simple is it for people to tell him Stevens burn pit? How simple is it?
They've tagged it and wrapped it with tape and signed it. And
look at the tags. We've got the photos. It's just someone's hand holding up the tag next to the tarp.
Good Lord.
Like, how thorough is there? It's the same thing for Eisenberg, right? How simple is it for her to sit up on stand and say, well, everything that I was given, that I examined, came from Stevens burn pit, when she was never there.
Right.
She's just trusting that these officers and investigators are being honest.
Not even photos.
Nothing in situ. Just, here's the bones. Where did these come from? And it's someone just verbally or had written down, they're from Stevens burn pit.
Correct.
That's as simple as it gets. And that's so easy to do.
Exactly.
So, there's so many issues with that, but I think the key point with BZ is just like, first of all, physically impossible to go through the sifting screen, meaning that someone had to pick it up, all these items, pick them up and throw them into the tarp, and that's illogical at best, impossible is probably more likely. So yeah, it's just, there's just a whole host of things in this investigation, especially with item BZ. And you know, one of the next things I'll be deep diving into is its counterpart, which I think it's BY technically, is just as crazy. It's
What
you
is
know,
that? Duke?
well, let me ask. Maybe this is a good question for people in the chat, people on the panel here. I think we can all agree, right, that Eisenberg at one point or another examined every piece of human remains that was discovered
Everywhere.
in this case.
Everywhere.
Correct?
Yeah, from every location. Yeah.
Every location.
At one point, every bit of fragment, tissue, whatever it was, at some point, you know, went to Eisenberg to be reviewed. Correct?
Correct.
Yes.
So in reality, that's incorrect. There's one item. It's item BY, property tag 7925. It's discovered at the same time as item BZ with Pavito, that same search. You know, BZ is 7926. This is 7925. There's descriptions, which are vague, are identical, which is charred material. That's how BZ was described. And that's how BY was described. They both went to Culhane first. Likely
That's
because
right.
they wanted some DNA analysis of the tissue and everything, right?
Yep.
And then BZ was sent to Eisenberg, who then sent it to the FBI. But for whatever reason, BY remained with Culhane, only to be sent to the FBI directly from the crime lab to the FBI, evading Eisenberg.
Is that the empty box, Duke?
No. That's not the empty. This is an actual item. Item BY 7925 that evaded Eisenberg. She never saw.
Right.
It went to the FBI as their mark is item Q2.
Okay.
Oh boy.
And then back to the investigators, Calumet County.
Does it say what they identified Q2 as?
No.
Of course not.
I just find it. I was shocked to discover that Eisenberg was given BZ but not BY.
Yeah, that's really interesting why they would do that.
But they sent it over.
And the conversations between Culhane and whoever.
The only reason they sent anything to the FBI was to get DNA, try and get DNA.
Mitochondrial DNA, which they couldn't do it. But there's a lot of funny shenanigans going on because you've got your item BZ, right? And which Culhane processed, but didn't item BZ, part of item BZ also go to the FBI as well?
Every bit that you see in the photo of item BZ went to the FBI because that's Eisenberg's photo.
Yep.
She took that photo right before she packaged it up and gave it to the FBI.
Correct.
I can't remember. You guys can correct me, but you know these items, and there were multiple Q1 through Q40, I think, that as an FBI designation. But at least one of those was sent back with instructions to keep refrigerated. I don't remember which item that was, though.
It was Q1 and Q2.
But isn't there another issue regarding the number of items that were sent to the FBI that came from the under burn barrel number 2?
Oh my gosh. Yes, but just before I address that, Doc, I'm just gonna read Sherry Colhane's description of item BZ. Do we have the photo? Are we looking at item BZ right now? Can we maybe pull back up item BZ real quick? Check.
Yep.
This is what's so bizarre to me.
Let's see where we at. Yep, there we go.
There it is. So, excuse me. In Colhane's lab report, she has the following. It says the following items of evidence were examined in the DNA unit of this laboratory. She says item BZ, 2 pieces of apparent charred material. Is that how anyone would describe what you're looking at right now?
No.
No.
No, not a chance in hell. No.
Then she has then she has item BY. Numerous small pieces of apparent charred material. I would argue that is a more accurate description of what we're looking at.
It's been subdivided. It's been subdivided.
Well, but here's the issue.
All BY.
Here's the issue, Doc. Her report that she gave this description of is prior to the photo that you're looking at.
Yeah. What the
How
hell?
do you fucking deal with that? Like, how do you process that?
What?
Nah, that's crazy.
Do we have a photo of BY?
What we're looking at? No.
And where did you say BY came from?
We have no photo because Eisenberg took BZ took it.
And BY is from where?
The same tarp. It was found by Pevito.
Yep, same tarp, same time frame.
Found in the morning of the 10th. Just it's logged the item before BZ. Pevito describes it the same way in his reporting. He describes it the same way as BZ, as unknown charred material.
Yep.
So did they just dump them both out altogether?
What was the property tag on BY?
7925.
Hold on.
It doesn't make sense because, again, for someone who's saying, who's first in line to say, here's 2 pieces of charred material, and then the second person in line says, okay, I'll take a picture for you, and that's the picture you get. We're not looking at 2 pieces of apparent charred material.
No.
We would probably more accurately say we're looking at numerous small pieces of apparent charred material.
Yeah, which were all bundled together and placed in that bag and called item BZ. The whole thing is item BZ.
But
you look at the property, you look at the label. It all came from that packet as item BZ.
But here's what's concerning, Doc, is that packet is what we're looking at here is a photo taken by Eisenberg, and she never received BY.
Right.
So the photo that you're looking at and the descriptions that I'm giving you of BY and BZ, the descriptions were given before Eisenberg got to them. So what you're looking at can't be separated off into different items.
No, the different numbers.
Because the descriptions were given prior to her receiving this.
Yep.
Do you think Colhane just combined them?
No, I don't think she combined them. Because
the one was sent to the FBI.
Because then she sent
separately
BY to the FBI separately. So she couldn't have combined them. Unless Now, hear me out, okay? Unless she did combine them, where she noted 2 pieces and then she noted multiple and she combined them. Now, this is far out. I get it. Just don't laugh at me when I say this. She combines BY and BZ and sends it to Eisenberg as just BZ. So she described it as 2 pieces, but when Eisenberg gets it, she empties the bag and she has in front of her what we're looking at right now. It's not 2 pieces anymore like Culhane described. It's numerous. 2 large, but then, others that are just numerous. So Eisenberg takes this and patches it up to and sends it to the FBI, but Culhane sends something to the FBI as well that Eisenberg never sees. In my opinion, it wouldn't be far-fetched to say that what she withheld from sending to Eisenberg and sent directly to the FBI could have been the one piece of evidence that actually truly identified or partially identified Teresa Halbach that for whatever reason we don't get to see.
Interesting.
Check that link out I sent you, Duke. Maybe it'll help. I don't know.
Let's see here.
Let's see here. Let's see. Got a few more questions. Hey, I've seen a lot of people have joined us in chat. We really appreciate that. This is a good convo about item BZ.
Yeah.
We've touched on it so many times over, the last several years, but I have a really good to try and understand where it came from, and we're just left with this lack of information. You want to believe it, but you can't because you've got other issues tied into it. So it makes my radar go up, as I guess you could say.
Yeah, there are too many unknown questions. I'm really confused by what Culhane did in terms of getting that muscle tissue piece to get her genomic DNA profile, right? Because you can see in that item BZ, you've got that large piece of muscle tissue. That's the obvious place to isolate genomic DNA from, rather than trying to shave it off the bone itself. It made no sense. The other thing, of course, is if you look at that bone, was that bone associated with that muscle piece? Was that bone actually embedded in that muscle piece and the two were separated?
Well, that's what who described the bone and the muscle tissue as being
Pevito. And that makes it even worse because if you combine both elements together, it's very, very large, heavy, and there's no way it's going to go through any sifting equipment, right? And the mere fact of that somehow this ends up on a tarp, I have a real hard time accepting that.
Mose, you take care of yourself. You stick around, man.
Yeah. Sending love, Mose. Sorry to hear that.
You. Absolutely. Danny Brewer Friend says maybe it was 2 large parts, but she broke up one of them in handling or testing. Yeah.
Because if you look at those 2 smaller muscle pieces, right, Duke? Right, guys? It almost looks like it's been sliced.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they're about the same size.
Yes.
In length.
Yes. Yeah. So the question is, when Pevito and Sturtevant found this in the tarp, is this how it looked, or has this been processed, packaged, rephotographed? Because to me, that looks like it's been cut, actually been sliced. Those two smaller muscle pieces.
You mean the two in the middle?
Two in the middle.
Doc?
Yep.
Oh, you
two in
think
the
those are muscle?
Well, they describe to me the morphology and composition looks very similar to the muscle, because you can see the pinkish part on the inside and charred on the outside. So it could have been cut using a scalpel, because the cut mark goes all the way down.
Yep. Okay.
All right.
Where is my? I'm looking at you guys. Got me searching for something right now. I'm trying to find it. But... Jeepers. It's right underneath me.
I'm confused about BY and BC now. I don't think I've ever heard BY.
Yeah, I had, but I've seen it, but I never really paid too much attention to it at all. But, another really confusing thing, if anybody has read through the pretrial stuff about the stuff that was sent to the FBI and what was sent back and the testing, and it's really confusing to me. Even Buting, he was questioning what got returned.
That's right. He asked Fallon, okay, what exactly was sent and what was sent back? And that's why I asked Duke about all the Q numbers, because it made no sense, because in the under burn barrel, there was only meant to be 4 bone fragments, 4.
Right.
And there were many more Q numbers than just 4.
That's right.
Like 35 of them.
Yep. So Duke, what do you think? Do you think we can summarize this, or have you got more to present, or are you willing to come back and do a part 2?
I'm certainly willing to come back and talk more about it, because it is so confusing.
Yes.
And there's so many different numbers and letters and all this stuff that people keep looking at and getting confused by. And I understand that. But I think the main point here is that what the state is claiming happened is that every item that we're looking at here was somehow overlooked or fell through a sifting screen on November the 8th. And, anyone who's willing to put 2 bits of common sense together can easily rule out that happening. So the question then is, like, where did these bits come from if they weren't in the burn pit on November the 8th? And that's a hard question to answer, because
if you can remember, Duke, just thinking about the size of this, and I threw up a couple of more exhibits earlier that had the eye socket bone and stuff. Was that found on the 8th, or was that later? Because that allegedly also came from the pit.
Or from the pit.
Was that in the box?
It would have been in the box, I would imagine.
We'd have to look at the number. We'd have to look at its individual number before I could tell you if it was in the box or if it was discovered on one of the later siftings of that tarp, quote unquote.
Okay. We can look at that later. But those are not like huge bones, but they're a pretty good size. Kind of approaching this. They don't look the same. They're not burnt. They're not the same color. But my point is that they're of a larger size. So that wasn't missed. I have to look. I want to clarify that, because I don't want to say for sure that it was actually identified in the box on the 8th, because I could be wrong.
Yeah, it's a matter of looking at Bennett's report and whether he talks about facial bone fragments, because they're from the face, the eye socket,
Right.
I don't have Bennett's report in front of me, but he definitely does not describe what you see here. Bennett does not describe item BZ. It never was in the box.
No. He wouldn't have missed that. I'm sure of it.
No.
And
No.
when I look at that box of bones, the way what's her name, Eisenberg, described on the stand, she said many of the bones, a lot of them, were no bigger than your pinky fingernail.
Tiny.
When I look at that box of bones, I don't see those bones in that box that tiny. Do you?
Yeah, they could have, no, I don't. They could have settled, I guess, but let's see, where's that picture at? I'll get it pulled back up if I didn't close it. Did I close that photo? Nope, there it is. Stop that one. Let's see if I can pull that other one up, Susan.
There's a couple NBZ that are maybe that size, but
Mhm.
not in this box.
I mean, I guess, you know,
These all look like they're an inch or a little bigger, or if that's 8.5 inches wide, and you compare the bones to that measurement, I mean, these are, at least an inch, many of them, or bigger.
Yeah, without a scale, a proper scale, it's hard to tell.
Yeah. I don't know why they didn't put a scale beside this.
But I don't think they're fingernail, maybe little fingernail size, little
Unless
pinky.
unless they're
pinky
underneath,
nail.
unless they settle some, somehow
Yeah.
underneath these larger ones. Yeah, I don't see it either. Okay. We've got some questions. If you, Duke, if you're ready for me to get those going or whatever you want to do.
Yeah, if we want to start firing questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Okay, let me get this off of here.
Just I had a look at. I was trying to find Bennett's report, and in his report, he does not mention any muscle. He does not mention that large bone, but what he does, he goes, and I'll quote, "But of those bones present, all epiphyseal unions are complete, indicating an age of over about 20 years. Likewise, although not the best indicator, all cranial sutures are still patent, which would tend to rule out an older individual." So the cranial bone fragments were there, but he didn't seem to talk about the facial bones, the eye socket, but whether he's referring to them as part of the cranium, that I don't know.
Gotcha. Okay. This is an earlier comment from Travis when we first started talking about BZ. I think it may be in reference to a comment. I don't remember who made it, but Travis says they would have had a case without BZ. It doesn't take much. You don't even need a body or remains of a body. Much more difficult, but happens all the time. Fair enough.
Yeah, fair enough. That was a question I had asked. Yeah, I wasn't quite sure. Still had a case, but I think it goes without saying that item BZ significantly strengthened their case by saying it came from Stephen's burn pit.
I think so. Okay, next question's from Nan's Life. Let me get that up there. And Nan says, do you actually believe that all those bones in the box are human, or just bones in a bag are human?
Yep.
Well, I think that.
No
Well, I think
clue.
they did. I think that there's some other photos, and I remember this. This happened years ago, where they laid out many of these bones, and somebody in the community highlighted that one of those bones came from a chicken, or some kind of bird, is an avian bone, right?
Yeah, correct. Without proper forensic analysis, you don't know where the other bones come from. I'm talking about the bones that are outside the Ziploc bag, right? So a forensic anthropologist, they should know the difference between an animal bone and a human bone, and which part of the skeleton those cremains come from. The fact that you've got a jumbled mess of all those amorphic bone fragments probably indicates that a lot of them are probably from an animal. And remember, Sturtevant wrote in his report, or was it Sipple, that said, we've been told that Stephen has burnt animal carcasses before, right? So that's indicative that they could well be animal bones, correct?
Which is pretty normal when people live out in the country. They burn their garbage, old food, whatever.
Yep, correct.
All right. Next question is from Millie Hill. Millie says, how big was Item BZ? Could it be a tooth?
No. In fact, no intact teeth were found. All the crowns of the teeth were gone. Similarly, I think superglued 2 roots together, placed them in the jaw, and compared them to an X-ray of that Teresa Horbach had. That's all they had. They had no intact teeth. And similarly, and I think Sturtevant or Pevito said that a lot of pieces of wood, when they're burnt, resemble a tooth. So you've got to be careful for misidentification.
And Simley would
Simley
not.
also said, he couldn't.
He would not
to
guarantee
confirm.
100%. That's right.
100% correct.
Oh boy, don't get me going on that, Doc. Now,
Yeah.
how burnt wood could be mistaken.
Yep.
Yeah. Don't get 7 pairs started about the Simley gluing these teeth together either, because she's been in that industry for decades. And she flipped out years ago. Anyway, moving on. Next question is from Danny Brewers fan. Did they keep track of which quadrants of their search grid contained which remains? No.
What grid?
No,
They didn't make a grid.
They didn't.
No. Except, and Duke will back me up, Pevito was very, very upset. Would you agree, Duke?
I would agree.
When he came, and you could read his trial testimony, he was seething. He was real mega pissed because the way he described the processing of the burn pit was he brought his team and they searched in grids, shoulder to shoulder, bit by bit. And remember, Duke, they collected all those tiny, what appeared to be bone fragments. They collected them all. They placed them in a box, and they even wrote bone fragments. Eisenberg examined them all and said, they're all burnt insulation. There are no bones here.
Yep.
Right? So they did grid the burn pit on the 10th. They systematically searched, and they had a photographer who took photographs. We don't have all the photographs.
Yep.
So
that was up on top by Bear.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
From the garage out to the pit.
Yes. Yeah. And they worked down. Now, here's an important point. They also asked him, did any of your searchers find human bones outside their search area on the grass? He said no. And furthermore, Erdl was asked, did you collect any bones outside of the ash pole? He said no.
No.
So you know the bone that Sturtevant and Jost saw, they never got it. It's never been documented. It
wasn't there, Doc.
Huh?
There wasn't a bone there.
You mean 8 foot south?
There was no bone there.
There might have been an animal bone that they chucked into the burn pit. I don't know.
They didn't collect it though. They didn't photograph it.
No, because remember, Brutus. Brutus must have gone right past it, never reacted. So something's not right. No, it couldn't have been a human bone, because Eisenberg documented all the spinal fragments. Remember, she only found facets of the spine, and the facets are the ones that join the spinal cord together. That's all she found. A very small percentage of the spine, which is very hard to burn.
Yeah, but yeah, Danny, they didn't grid. They did not grid that pit at all.
Grid.
They jump in. They couldn't wait. Start fooling with it, and when order got there, they went right to it.
Yep.
Who was it that said they saw an obvious clavicle bone or something like that?
Well, there were different locations in Mickle's quarry. They said that they saw a spinal part of a spine in the lake. Where's that? Right. So they're making all these big claims with no forensic anthropologist right next to them.
Right.
So what does that mean? Yeah.
Well, I mean, to me, it just kills their credibility.
It does.
All right, Duke, I put this. You want me to pop this up here? You want to go through it there?
I want to pop it up quick, and I do need to give. I think it was Jinx that got this report. It's a DCI report that I've been wanting to see for a long time in our original request for the DCI reports. This is one of the ones that was withheld. And this report is describing a excavation event that happened the morning of November the 8th in Mickle's quarry, believe it or not. And I don't know if there's a way to blow it up more or not, Jack, but if not, I'll read this for people, some of the highlighted portions that I have here, because it goes.
Yeah, I'm afraid if I blow it up, it's going to throw me out of StreamYard. Every time I've tried that before, it kicks me out.
Yeah. Don't worry about it.
You can read it. You can read it.
This report, Lisa Wilson, I think, is the one that kind of jotted this information down. And it's talking about it, things that they were finding at Mickle's quarry the morning of November the 8th. I'm just going to read the description of these things and allow you. So,
your internet's
the highlighted
going
portion
out,
that I have there
for
item number 4, quantity, it says several.
You're kind of cutting out, Duke.
For name of the article that they're finding, it says wood with a question mark next to it. And just, oh, what's that?
You're kind of cutting in and out.
Can you guys hear me?
You sound good now.
Now we can.
You guys hear me? Oh,
yes.
Was I cutting in
Keep
and out?
talking. Yes.
Okay. So the highlighted portion there, what it says is that it's several pieces. The description is wood, question mark, and it says several small, dark pieces of what looks like wood recovered from a pile of sand. Something on a blue tarp at the base of the mound in about the location by Deputy Nicholas. And then the next item is several again, and it's rocks. And it says 2 Ziploc bags recovered from the gravel pile on a blue tarp at the base of this mound in the location by Deputy Nicholas. Hearing that there's several small dark wood question mark items and then 2 Ziploc bags full of quote unquote rocks.
Where the hell is this blue tarp at? And what's it numbered?
These items were never actually entered into evidence. Like I said, I'm not saying for sure this is what happened, but to me it sounds a lot like what was in that box of bones we looked at.
Interesting. Very interesting. And I just don't understand why it wasn't entered into evidence to be.
Well, exactly. What?
I wonder if Jinx has sent this to Zellner.
I think we lost Duke.
I think we might have.
Yeah, sorry guys, I don't know what's going on. I was cutting in and out there a bunch.
Yeah.
Yeah, big time. We lost Neverly. Come on back,
Sorry
Neverly. The water's warm. That's
Oh,
okay.
She may have left. She may have
Oh,
left. She had to go somewhere.
Yeah, she had to
Oh.
go.
okay. Okay.
If you're talking, Duke, we can't hear you.
No, I'm not talking anymore. I feel bad. I was cutting in and out so much. I don't know what's going on.
So did
like
you read all the yellow highlighted that was on there?
He did.
Okay.
I did. What?
Yeah, I was following along.
Yeah. The important parts of this whole report here is it's from Mikkel's Quarry, this large excavation event that happened the morning of November 8th, where they're
It's
describing
basically unreported.
It's unreported. The items that are discovered on this evidence sheet here that you see, none of those were entered officially into evidence, at least that we know, because we don't have any of these items from Mitchell's materials, right?
No.
And to me, what always
That is
when I looked at it, I was like several rocks and wood ? Dark pieces of what look like wood. I mean, my gosh, are we
That's
looking at the
describing
discovery?
BC.
Yeah, right. Or the box of bones.
Well, you know, the question now becomes: is there, in actual fact, two boxes? And Bennett got the wrong one. He got this one.
we don't know.
Bizarre.
It's unreported.
Well,
It's-
I can connect the dots more in the near future here, but there was
Does it say-
evidence.
Duke, does it say on here which DCI report this is tied to?
Yeah, it is. We got it in that new grouping.
It's up there in that upper right. I can't read it. 051776.
196.
Okay. I'm looking
Because
for my copy of.
I think I've seen this before.
in that it was in that new grouping of DCI reports that Jinx got.
I'm just thinking we have it already. Maybe not.
We didn't.
See. $196 says transfer of evidence videotape. So it's not 196.
It is. I know that I've got it here. I'll read it out to you. 76 to 80.
I couldn't read it. I'm afraid to blow it up on my screen right now.
Did you find the actual report?
No, because it's
Oh,
not
it's 190.
190.
There it is. 190. 190.
Okay. And I don't have that one. I've got one labeled 187 through 192, but I know that it doesn't have a header.
So I've got it. I'm gonna just I'll share it with you and then I'll read it for us. Okay.
Okay.
Copy. So on what I just sent you, it's page 76 through 80.
Okay.
And so for people listening, this is a report. It's DCI report 190. It is the reporting officer is Lisa Wilson. The backup law enforcement officer is Mary Nicholas from CASO. She's the one that commented infamously about using the shoes to solve burglaries. Remember in that walkthrough video?
That's right.
That's that officer.
Sure. From the Dassey trailer.
Yes. The description of this is a search of the quarry east of Avery Road. So Mitchell's, right?
Yes.
Yep.
And the occurrence is from 9:05 a.m. to 1:45 p.m. on November the 8th. That's really interesting too.
What page? What page are you start? What page are you starting on, Duke?
It really is.
76.
Written on November 12th.
Oh yeah, here we go. You guys got it. You can.
Yep.
Maybe someone other than me who's not a great reader can read this.
I can read it. On Tuesday, November 8, 2005, Special Agent Tom Fassbender asked Special Agent Lisa Wilson to search a specific area in the quarry located east of Avery Road. Fassbender said this area was marked with crime scene tape and a pile of gravel on a tarp and should be sifted through in great detail, as a dog had indicated on the spot. Wilson walked to the area and met with Calumet County Sheriff's Department Deputy Mary Nichols, who was standing by the spot to be search. Also, there was Manitowoc County Highway Department heavy machine operator Kevin Resch, who was there with a large excavator. Oh, shit. Wilson noted that the spot to be searched was at the base of a large gravel sand mound and that it looked like a scoop of gravel had been taken from the base and placed on the blue tarp at the base. There was some crime scene tape on the mound around the scoop area. Wilson explained to Deputy Nichols and Mr. Resch that the dog had indicated on the area and that it had to be sifted through in detail. Wilson, Deputy Nichols, and Mr. Resch began by slowly sifting through the pile of gravel on the blue tarp. The gravel was wet and sandy. Deputy Nichols and Wilson found a couple strands, what looked to be dog hair. Deputy Nichols also found a small piece of what looks like to either, I guess, be paper or plastic, a piece of black metal that looks like a fishing tackle swivel, and several small dark pieces of what looked like wood. Deputy Nichols and Special Agent Wilson and Mr. Resch also seized several possible items of interest which, once dried, were recognized as small rocks. Wilson retained these small rocks, though they were no longer of interest once they were recognized for what they were. These items were placed in Ziploc bags. Wilson later assigned these items to DCI property receipt D7713, which was what Duke was reading from, as follows. 7713-1, 2 strands of suspected dog hair. Number 2, 1 piece of either paper or plastic. Number 3, 1 piece of black metal that looks like a fishing tackle swivel. 4, several small dark pieces of what looked like wood. 5, several small rocks contained in 2 Ziploc bags. After sifting through the pile on the tarp, we cleared off the tarp, and Special Agent Wilson had Mr. Resch use his excavator to take another small scoop from the base of the gravel pit or gravel pile marked by the crime scene tape. Wilson, Nichols, and Mr. Resch sifted through this scoop and located nothing. Wilson had Mr. Resch take 2 more scoops, and these were sifted through, and nothing was located. Wilson had Mr. Resch use his excavator to skim gravel from the base of several items as Wilson scanned the skimmed area. Wilson did not collect anything. Wilson concluded the search of this area and had Mr. Resch return the displaced gravel to the base of the mound. Wilson later obtained an aerial photograph of the Avery property from Special Agent Peter Thelen. Wilson had this photograph scanned and used a computer paint program to draw a marker onto the scanned image to indicate the area searched. Wilson drew a yellow line coming in from the right side of the image to the end of the line, indicating the search area in the quarry. Wilson also labeled Avery Road and Highway 147 in the image. The following is attached to this report, made part of this case file, which we read D7713-135, the scanned image with the road search, and Wilson submitted the original image obtained from Thelen to the case file. Wow, that is just really interesting.
So they kept a couple of rocks, even though they decided they were just rocks. But
yes.
They took them anyway.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, there is the image below where she clearly points out. Keep going. Keep going.
Yeah, it's at the bottom of that. It would be down further, Jed.
Yeah, down further.
That's for Daunt there.
There it is.
Yeah,
Yeah,
there it is. It's northeast.
Bing, 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 bing. It is northeast. Yep.
Yeah. Very interesting.
Well, I just, you just have to think.
I wonder if the rocks were squishy.
That's where they had troopers. 60 troopers.
Oh, yeah.
I just, the coincidence of the material that they were describing being collected that morning, and for that effort to conclude around 1:30, 1:45. When did the burn pit activity begin?
About 1:30.
About 1:30.
This is that same report, Duke.
Yes, correct. It's attached now. Yeah.
Yeah, this is the attached part of it.
But before you go on with that doesn't make any sense. What the hell are they doing at Mickles Quarry on November the 8th?
That's right.
Erdl was there, and he dug out the material and sifted it.
That was on the 6th. That was on the 6th, right?
And the dogs came back on the 7th and cleared it. They didn't pick up the scent source because Erdl had removed it.
Which makes me wonder, Doc, and everybody, did the dogs hit on another area that just
different pile?
They jotted it down but didn't do anything at the time?
Interesting.
Yeah, because this is not the same pile with the flesh or the tissue.
No.
It can't be.
And the blood.
It's different. But did you notice what she said in her report? That area had been marked off by crime scene tape.
Crime scene tape.
Yes, that's right. What the hell, man?
Because the dogs hit there.
Yes.
Do we have a report in the dog reports about the dogs hitting there? I don't sure how long.
There is a brief mention in Julie Kramer's report that the dogs hit on that quarry, and they were asked to come back by Deidring one day after, and there were no hits because they removed the scent source. They dug it all out.
But nothing for the 8th.
No, not the 8th. No. I'll have to check Julie Kramer's report whether they went back there on the 8th, but certainly they went back on the 7th. They went back on the 7th.
Well, something's not adding up.
Why the hell would they have an excavator out there?
And crime scene tape.
You picked it up on the telephone call, on one of the calls, that they bought one of those excavators to Mickles Quarry. That's it.
Yeah.
They had the equipment out there. And you know what else was down there was Unit 70. Unit 70 was Manitowoc's evidence trailer. It was a pickup truck with a trailer behind it that they used for evidence collection. They called it Unit 70. Unit 70. Now, just don't have your minds blown too much, okay? Unit 70 was down there that morning. Unit 70 is what Jason Jost drove up to the burn pit.
Don't go there, Duke. Don't go there.
He wrote it in his report.
Do you mean to relieve Mignon?
Yes.
Hour.
Oh my God.
Are you trying to
Oh
kill
my
me?
God.
Unit 70.
That's interesting.
Yep. And you know that Jost was in Redon's quarry and the Manitowoc County gravel pit with cadaver dogs. And in the Manitowoc County gravel pit, that's where they found the 3 debris piles that had cut, burnt human bones. It's, I think this is bringing potentially Mickle's quarry into play, which is incredible.
Which is
Was
hard
it
to
20
say.
seconds? Kratz wanted to spend on the
20
quarries.
seconds. Yep.
Yeah.
20
Correct.
seconds.
Yeah. Again, it's significant to note in Jost's report, he says he drove up to the burn pit in Unit 70, something he probably thought, I don't know how much he thought about it, but something most people would probably never pick up on, the fact that Unit 70 was the evidence collection trailer.
No. In fact, correct me if I'm wrong, but Sergeant Jason Jost didn't even write a report of his activities in Redon's quarry or the Manitowoc County gravel pit. It's only because we found those 2 reports of Calumet that listed him and the dog handlers and where they were.
Right.
Otherwise, you would not have known.
Well, he wouldn't
also
have
didn't take credit for finding the bones in the burn pit.
He stepped
right?
away.
Nah.
Yep.
I just kind of directed or something of that nature. He didn't want no part.
But the suspicious thing is that he went up to Mignon and he went up to Sturdivant and said, I think we better look at the burn pit because we never gave it a thorough looking at because of the vicious dog. Yet one day prior, he was there with 2 other officers feeding bear.
He said in his report, I started to put it all together.
Yes. Yep. He started to put it all together.
That's, with Sturdivant, that's after he spent 45 minutes there alone.
Yes. Yes.
With, what'd you say, Unit 70?
He was there with Unit 70.
Unit 70, yeah.
What was the question?
He was there 45 minutes alone with Unit 70.
Yes.
He may have dropped a bone out 8 feet, just to.
She's talking about Jost.
Jost.
Yeah,
Jost was there for 45 minutes alone. Yeah, Sturdivant came at 1:30.
Yeah.
Yeah.
With Unit 70. I didn't know he drove that there. Jesus.
I didn't either.
Straight from Michael's quarry.
And
you have to ask, why would they have somebody like Jost, who's doing all this investigating, go, spar somebody for lunch?
Yeah, you want one more tidbit to make you guys have a hard time sleeping tonight?
Sure.
Yes.
You went this far. Go all the way.
All right. So Jost gets up there for his 45 minutes of quote unquote alone time at around 12:45 p.m. Correct?
Yes.
Do you know whose search of the trailer and the whole key shenanigans finished up at 12:45 p.m. on the 8th? That's Colburn and Lank and Kaczarski were finished what they say at 12:45 p.m. at Stevens' trailer.
Damn.
Really?
Damn, Sam.
I know they rushed that key out of there to get it to the crime lab, like wham bam.
Yep.
I'm just saying that Colburn and Lank were around that area when Jost was quote unquote alone at the pit.
Well, remember, we also had Kaczarski and Remica the day prior saying they wanted to search the burn pit, and Kaczarski couldn't because of the vicious bear, and Kaczarski pulled out his pistol.
Right.
That's the same day as Bucket Man.
What should he have
7?
pulled out? Remember,
what was that?
Kaczarski was. Remember what Kaczarski admitted to in court?
Yes.
That he was a dog
handler. He was a dog handler. So you've got this incredible activity at Mikkel's Quarry that's undocumented. You've got Jost, who's driving the reindeer, the so-called Christmas thing with all the forensic evidence to another crime scene, is by himself for 45 minutes, starts pointing at other officers saying, I think we better check the burn pit. Voila. All of a sudden, the cremains are found. And Jost doesn't want to write a report until was a Sipple that said to him in the phone call, was it Sipple?
Yeah.
They said, you better write a report and we better get together to get the times right.
Yeah, it was on the 11th.
That was
He'd been trying to
Shedder.
get a hold of Sipple. Well, yeah, he talked to Shedder, and Shedder didn't even know he was the one that got this whole thing started on the 8th. But then he said that, Sipple wanted to talk to him.
Yeah, that's right.
And then there was another phone call between them, and he's like, well, Sipple's like, yeah, the investigators wanting a report of everybody that was involved, and they yacked him, and he's like, well, why don't you drop by? We can get this, straightened out, or whatever the hell they said.
Was it Shedder that asked him, did you actually help process the burn pit? Wasn't that Shedder?
Yes.
Yeah, I think it was.
He helped Jost sift, do the sifting.
Yeah.
Correct.
And big thank you to Rumor Has It for her contribution. Thank you so much.
That up there. It's wonderful. Thank you so much for doing that.
Rumor Has It.
And Doc, the last thing, the big question has been who removed Bear, right? The unknown. We know that he, according to Sturdivant, was removed from that area on the 8th, but we know for a fact that he was removed from the property on the 9th. So the question has always been asked, who moved him on the 8th and to where? The closest Sturdivant could give to an answer was he wasn't quite sure who removed Bear, but he said he believed it was a dog-trained officer, or however he put it.
Don't tell me it was Kaczarski.
Well, Kaczarski fits that description.
Hold his gun. Bear, get over here.
Yeah,
he held him at gunpoint.
And the day before, he held him at gunpoint.
Yeah,
right.
Please.
All right.
I'm done. Insane. It's completely insane. And
we got 3 more questions. But go ahead. I'm sorry, Doc.
I was going to say, there you provide an avenue whereby you've got an MTSO officer who's obviously been around forensic evidence. He's at a crucial spot by himself, unsupervised, and he's the one doing the finger pointing, and he's the one that goes, I don't want anything to do with it. Yet he should have received a gold medal for finding Teresa Holbach's cremains. Didn't want anything associated with that burn pit.
And Kratz didn't want him on the stand.
Oh, no.
Jason Jost did not appear on the stand. Correct. Nope. And somebody, I know this is going to freak you out. Somebody pointed out to me, I think it was Cherie Lim Pontillo, that Sergeant Jason Jost has a remarkable resemblance to guess who?
Bobby Dassey.
Bobby Dassey.
Yeah, that's right.
At that time.
At that time.
He sure
That's
did.
Interesting. Yep. That's interesting. Okay.
He's also related to like Redant.
Yes. Yes.
Maybe Zipper, or there's some.
Yes. Yep.
There's a bunch of them related.
Yes, the little Peyton place, Susan. You know that.
Yeah, it is.
Everybody's related.
All that stuff Sherry's pulled out is just mind blowing.
It is.
Her research and her finding all the association of all the people. You need 5 podcasts just to go through it, but
yeah,
it's very, very I can't get my head around it. I remember when we found out about James Kennedy and all the you think to myself, oh my God, then Cornelie pops up as well, right? It's all related and it's very frightening.
I just figured out how Sherry does that and remembers all that stuff. And she said the other day she has a, what's it called? The memory that you remember everything.
Oh, eidetic memory or whatever. Yeah, photographic memory.
Photographic memory. It makes total sense.
Yep.
Because all of that, all those relations, I mean, it's incredible. And she remembers how everybody is related, and it's incredible. She needs to do a presentation, that girl.
I've been asking her for 2 years.
I know.
I won't remember what she said to me. Something about
yeah. She wants you to do it. But she's the one with the knowledge. She's
100%, because I find it very difficult to put all of that stuff to get the forensic evidence, no problems. But when it comes to those individuals, especially when you had a look, when she put up the photograph of Jason Jost, I thought, oh my God, that's a mirror image of Bobby Dassey. Same hairstyle, same facial features, and you're thinking to yourself,
could very well be mistaken. I don't know what his height is or anything like that, but it's amazing.
Yep.
That's interesting.
I wonder if he has any older friends with long white beards.
Well,
who knows?
Same thing I wondered when, All right, let's get to these last 3 questions. Danny Brewers fan, why are the bones separated in the box between bagged and not bagged? Yeah, we talked about it. We got that one. Because Bennett separated out the cranial bones.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah.
Oh, I just want to say, Carol says she's the one that made that connection between Jost and Bobby. Good job, Carol.
Good job, Carol. Fantastic. Okay, Danny Brewers fan. Does this box contain all the bones found in all locations, or just Stevens burn pit?
Burn pit. Burn pit. There's a photograph. I think Duke will remember it, where all the bone tubs were all laid out on a table. There's a huge number of them.
Yes.
Right. And Eisenberg kept on saying, they kept on bringing me bones. Remember, all of a sudden, months down the track, we get rolled up with more bones.
Yeah.
Because obviously what they were doing was they were finding the cremains in the Manitowoc County gravel pit, but Lord knows what else they found at Mickles and potentially at Cuss Road.
Well, Doc, do you know why it makes sense that they were finding these bones much later? Is because there was a rush and complete unprofessionalism collecting remains outside of Stevens' property. What they did was they wanted to collect it as quickly as possible to eliminate the fact or any proof that it was there, and then take it to the crime lab or take it to the sheriff's department and sift through it there. That's why it took so long to find these bones.
Correct. But the important thing is this. Kratz didn't want to talk about anything outside of the Avery salvage yard.
Oh, hell no.
Because it made the narrative much more complex. And the argument was, well, wait a minute. What is the actual primary burn location? Is it the burn pit or is it elsewhere? And there are all these clues that they didn't want to present in court. And the most damning one was, Brutus. They put him on, did you know that they put him on an ATV? They put him on a 4-wheeler and drove him. They drove him to the Manitowoc County pit. You know why? Because the dog would have gone, I smell here, I smell there. What the fuck's going on? They actually took him to the Manitowoc County gravel, and it says it in her report, on an ATV, right? So remember, Brutus barked and alerted at the concrete slabs. There was a burn area. How many more clues do you want? And guess who smelt something on October the 31st? In the Redon quarry, it was Travis grow well.
And what did Brutus do at the slabs as well as alert?
Yep.
Yes.
He
Yes,
dug.
he did. He dug. Yep, correct. And these dogs, they can, I think the dog handler said up to 8 feet down below.
Oh yeah.
Right? They can detect human
Well-
cremation, human decomposition, even buried.
Well, wouldn't that make sense, Doc? If and this is just horrible to think about, but if a human being was burned, some of the remains would end up in the soil or gravel or dirt
Yes.
of the area in which they were burned in.
Paralysis.
Yes.
Yeah, the paralysis or whatever it's.
If
Or-
Brutus had alerted and dug the way that he did in the Manitowoc County gravel pit in Stevens burn pit, I promise you, I would not be sitting here right now
No,
Nope.
no, no.
Right.
No, no,
None of us would.
because Stephen would
close.
be guilty.
no.
Case
You
closed.
know, with Kratz, you ask him today, you mention, the quarries. He has a quick answer for it now.
Well-
Stephen went and scattered it everywhere. Brendan told him that.
Even the state now are blaming for Stephen. And it's interesting, some of the arguments that I'm reading on X. Well, how do you know it wasn't Stephen? So their position is Stephen is guilty no matter what you find. So all the research we've done and the brilliant work that Duke has done, their argument is, well, prove that it wasn't Stephen, right? It's interesting because they asked Brendan, they said, well, what did your uncle do? Well, he dug a hole and he
Mhm.
buried some of the bones. Where did he do that? Oh, 1-2 feet away from the burn pit.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Now, you know that on the 11th, they brought in the Bobcats and completely demolished anything. Did they find any further cremains?
No.
Right? So the kid's guessing, right? So now the argument is, well, yeah, maybe Stephen put some cremains in buckets and went down to the Manitowoc County gravel pit and dumped them there and whatever. But the question is, if it was so easy for Erdl to get that box of bones from shoving a 4x5 foot burn pit, don't you think Stephen could have just simply got a shovel, got all the ash with no rain on it, got all the ash, put it in a couple of buckets, went to a river or whatever, dumped them all?
Gone.
Further, why didn't the investigators go, okay, bear's gone, let's bring in the cadaver dogs, let's bring in the scent dogs. Is there anything buried?
That's exactly what I was going to ask. Why didn't they bring the cadaver dogs in on the 8th?
Can the dogs?
Was there a neat little pile left in the middle?
Yes, a pile of bones, as described by Sturdivant, right? So,
Yeah.
but what you didn't mention was that when Pevito went back, they dug further. It goes, oh, we dug
They broke apart the crust.
Yeah, the crust and all this. And I'm thinking to myself, wait a minute, what the hell did Erdl do? So did Erdl just remove the top ash layer?
He did.
Found all those bones. Sturdivant went back and said, oh, we found smaller bone fragments, real tiny ones. He said that they were about less than the size of your pinky, the fingernail, right? Now, as you know, if you've got burning animal carcasses over a long period of time, small little bone fragments are going to settle down to the bottom.
He's talking about the tarp. He found no bones at the burn pit.
Correct.
Pevito found nothing at the burn pit.
Correct. So they went back a second time and dug further, right? He said that Erdl must have only taken the very top ash layer, and then there was, remember the burning of the tires, the rubber left that crusty, hard residue, which he broke down. He dug into that.
But there was nothing in there.
No.
Yeah, Erdl used his shovel like a dustpan, remember? He just collected loose ash.
Yes.
But I want to say real quickly about any state advocate, guilter, who says, this excuse that, well, if there were bones in the quarry, then it must have been Stephen, and that makes sense because Brendan said so. I'll disprove that so quickly and disappoint so many of them that they're not going to have that to lean on. I'll have to find it, but there's a call where Barb is talking about how the investigators are telling her that they found bones out in Radant's pit.
Yes,
so
that's right.
It was common knowledge amongst the family.
Yes.
And the information that they were being fed by Fassbender and Weir was that her bones were out in Radant's pit. That's why Brendan said that, not because he thought of it.
Yes.
Brendan was fed everything.
Absolutely.
That they used against him.
It's also interesting that, Sipple makes this call on November the 9th at full after 2 in the afternoon. He's finding all these bones in the quarry. Not one photo, not one that I know anything about.
Well, how does
buckets of bones?
How does Pagel describe it? Bones and body parts.
Body parts.
That's right.
No photos.
No photos. Nothing.
And the medical examiner on November the 10th signs Teresa Hallbach's death certificate.
That's right.
The 10th.
Mind blowing. Yep.
So that's why, to understand all of this, 95% of people who just watch Cam, who just watch Mam, there's no way you can pick it all. You can't pick all this.
No way.
This is the cracks between the white keys and the black keys on the piano. It's the minutia. It's the minutia that brings it together, and you go, "Oh my God!" It's just completely mind blowing.
And the reports were still missing. Go ahead, Duke.
I was going to say, people who just watch Cam are convinced Loof is a cadaver dog. So
right, right.
And he's a live scent dog.
Yep, correct.
All right. Next question, Anthony Hills. What's the ambient temperature on the evening of Halloween in 2005 in Wisconsin?
It's fairly cool.
Heatless. Yeah, it was pretty chilly. Cool. I don't remember.
Yeah,
it was in the upper 40s, low 50s.
Yeah, I've got the newspaper clipping. I checked the temperature, but the Dahan went through all the dynamics, and he looked at the gentleman's had a lot of experience with watching cadavers burn in various vessels and situations like that. And the big problem with the burn pit is that it's open. It's small. It's open to the elements. So you've got this massive heat loss. And to convert a human being to those bone fragments, need a lot of fuel, need a lot of time. And even if you use the shovel, the hoe, because of the shape of the instruments, you're not going to be able to produce saw marks, cut marks, kerf marks in those bones, right? No matter what. And they never tested any of the instruments. They, in actual fact, left the saw blade there. And the most bizarre thing, right, Duke, was when Sturtevant raked up the tire wire to the side, they left it there. They never even picked it up until the 10th.
It bothers me so much because of how he reports what he believes he saw in there. He said himself, I believe I saw skull fragments or skull matter, is what he said at trial.
Skull matter.
He said that. And then he got crossed on it, and he actually got called out on cross at Brennan's trial. The attorney said, "Why would you say that?" And he said, "Oh, I didn't say that." He got called out.
Correct. And
I think that was all that insulation, Doc.
It was.
Yes.
Yeah.
There's no question about it. There is, I've got the picture, I've got to find it. There's a whole box, and on the top of the box, it says bone fragments.
Yep.
In Eisenberg's report, which describes exactly the same box, it says no bone matter found, burnt insulation.
Yep.
So these guys.
And Pevito says that at trial to confirm it as well.
Yes. And what's incredible is on the flyover video, there's a section where they're looking at rocks. And remember they amplified these pictures, and the same pieces of material that they focus on are present. and I found matching images in the box. So they had a video camera at the burn pit. They must have, because it's the same insulation pieces. And I'm thinking to myself, hell, did they take a picture of the burn pit? It must have been Pevito. His team must have had a video camera. Where is it? Where's the footage? So
It's
what the hell?
With Kratz and the zipper
Good
voicemail.
question.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. Where is it? It's on the fly of the video right at the end. It's been spliced in.
Yeah. Oh,
And you
yeah.
think to yourself, I've seen this before. Oh my God, it's the burnt insulation pieces. Because you can tell, because you've got like normally you would have a wire in between and the pieces fragmented and opened up. It looks like a bone.
So do you think they use that tape, Doc, to make a copy of the flyover over the burn pit images?
I don't know. Like, it's the most weirdest tape I've ever seen. It's got them
Starts
talking,
out with
talking in the office. Then you've
Yeah.
got the fourth. Then you've got spliced with the fifth. And then suddenly it finishes with these images of little rocks and stones. And if you look at the burn pit from above, there's the little white stones. And he's
Yeah.
got Stephen Avery has got a whole mound of it at the back. Why did he do it? To prevent fire, the movement of fire. So it's like a layer of insulation.
Yeah.
Right? And there are those tiny fragments. They collected, it must have been over 100 pieces. Pevito's group combed the area from the doghouse back down on their knees.
Yes.
And they collected them all. And on the box, it says bone fragments. And Eisenberg's report says there are no bones here. It's all
no bones here. Yep. No
it's
bones.
classic. No bones.
Yep. It's also interesting on that same flower tape. If they were, I'm just picking the fourth. If they were retracing Teresa's steps, where's the footage of Zippers and where's the footage of Schmidt?
No. They were over the Avery salvage yard for about 15 to 20 minutes. They got over 2 minutes. They got 2 minutes of footage. And you think to yourself, wait a minute, you don't know where her car is and you decide to turn the camera on and off randomly. No.
Right when you're about to look at that area?
Yep.
Right.
They took high resolution photos. No, and they're not going to give them to Jack 61.
No.
They've got pictures. They've got pictures, no doubt.
Yeah, keep an eye on Twitter, guys. I mean, I know that I've been going after Kratz pretty good. I think it's pretty clear that what he avoids is because he literally cannot answer the questions. He knows the answer, he cannot answer it, and so he'll deflect, avoid, insult. Just know that I'm going to stay on him because he can't answer these things.
Yeah, he actually wrote that. Here's your acknowledgement now, STFU.
Yeah. He called me an idiot. He called me an idiot when I was questioning him about the pubic hair, where it came from, and the sex detection. And I thought, block. Don't waste your time. Yeah. Don't waste your time.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, he's going through Vegas Ranger doing this Q&A and New Scott's doing the video. But from just what I've seen so far, he's not. I mean, he's given a reply, but I wouldn't really call them answers.
No. What he needs to be able to do, if he honestly believes that what he has is the truth, then what's the harm in jumping on a recorded call where people can ask you questions? We'll do it in a controlled environment where it's not 100 people asking you. What's the harm of having a conversation unedited, unscripted, not giving yourself the chance to write an answer and think through just have a conversation, because if you've got the truth on your side, that conversation is really easy to have. All you have to do is truth.
That's right.
It's hard as hell to lie. easy to tell the truth.
That's right. Truth comes naturally. You don't have to think about any other trip ups that could happen if you do a pity. Right?
Exactly. That's
All
why
right.
his answers to Vegas are written and not live or recorded or anything like that.
Yeah, I would, for myself, going back a couple of months to late March when he first approached us, I wouldn't have been comfortable doing it any other way than what you suggested, Duke, because there's too much wiggle. There's too much. It's not spontaneous. Just have a conversation. No name calling. No getting mad. Just talk about the different events that we question. But he would never. I know he would never agree to that.
Well, yeah, because he's seen the results of him doing, conversations, and he says stupid shit like the corner just comes in to kick the body.
Yeah.
Right. That.
His impulsive narcissism is hard to control.
Yeah, that was a really bad moment when he and Ricky were together.
Yeah.
Anyway, back to the questions. We've got just a few more. From you, Fraser, any potential to argue that you can't have a fiction on a legal fiction with regard to law enforcement experts being accepted as truthful when that was obviously not the case, or the PB case?
Bernstein. Yep.
Yeah.
But you see, that's where you need the legal nous to understand how this case is being argued now. It's all on legal basis. It's all on technicalities. It's all on the interpretation of the law. You've seen it in the to and fro, the tennis match between Kathleen Zellner and the state and the court. The court is saying, you got all the Denny laws wrong. Kathleen Zellner says, no, we've argued it. We're correct. You're wrong. So you've got this toing and froing. Certainly the judge, or the new judge, Anthony's got to say, look, enough's enough. What have you got? Let's go through it. You can't keep on this toing and froing. You got to settle it one way or another.
Finality.
Finality. Now, why is there such a strong resistance of handing over the forensic evidence to Kathleen Zellner? But the reason is obvious, because potentially you could tell a narrative you don't want to hear.
That's
and you
right.
can't explain. Right? Now, what do they say? What are their arguments? Their arguments are brilliant. If we can confirm that Bobby Dassey isn't a viable Denny, all this other stuff is irrelevant. They don't give a damn whether you got a videotape of Bobby Dassey or whoever driving, pushing the ref. No. If they can knock off one or two of the Denny prongs, see you later, mate.
That's the catch-22 right there.
Yep, correct. And what did Judge Willis say? Shit, Bobby Dassey's got at least two of the three prongs. All we need is a direct connection to the crime. Correct? That's what Willis said. Judge Willis. Lo and behold, they find a direct connection to the crime. And now they're saying, oh, yeah, you got a direct connection. Yeah, okay, he was there. But you don't have motive.
Right. He could have been helping his brother and his uncle.
That's it.
He's just helping out.
Boom. Done.
Yeah. Okay. Next question from Crockett. This off here. Crockett says, didn't Strang get Eisenberg to admit sifting would do more damage than her rational shifting bones in the fire pit would do? Eisenberg's reasoning, the primary burn pit was Stevens' burn pit, as if I didn't get the rest of it. Sorry.
Correct.
But, yeah.
Correct. So her whole position was, oh no, you can't move the bones from one location to another because you're going to do all this potential damage. And he goes, yeah, but wait a minute. Here you've got Erdl with a shovel, digging, sifting, pushing, migrating the bones in the box of bones, putting the bones in the box and transporting them here. And it goes, isn't that potentially going to do more damage than just simply shifting him from one location to the other? Goes, oh yeah, So in other words, in the end, she could not be definitive to say maybe
on cross. She couldn't admit.
And what is insane was she was giving two different answers to two different people.
Yes.
That's right.
Strang was saying, so you found cut, burnt cremains in 3 different locations: Stevens Burn Pit, Yonder Burn Barrel number 2, and in the Manitowoc County Gravel Pit. Yeah. So they all burnt to the same degree. Yeah. But yet to Fallon, she would say, no, I can't conclude that the bones were moved. But then she said, yeah, there's evidence of bone dispersal.
Yes.
Which means
he made her backpedal.
Which means humans were involved in moving the bones. And hence, remember that time, I forgot his name, the English gentleman. Him and I laughed for 20 minutes straight when I was playing
Sean.
I said, he goes to Eisenberg. Could have there been any weather events which transported the bones from the burn pit to the Yonder burn barrel like a tornado?
Yeah.
Wait, we're talking. What about? Oh gosh, this is gonna get me in trouble. What about rain that could have washed
yes,
tire residue off the bones?
Correct.
What?
That was
the argument. The argument is this: if you co-burn a human being with tires, you're going to get the melting of the tire residue. And one guy commented on X. He goes, "Look, I've seen this happen, and the tire residue sticks to bone. It's almost impossible to take off." And Eisenberg was asked, "Did you smell any rubber? Did you see any rubber residue?"
No.
But what she did smell was accelerant, petrol or wherever it was, or gasoline in the Yonder burn barrel number 2.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So, and what did Dehaan say? The perfect way to get rid of a human body is in a burn barrel.
Burn barrel.
And the state said, and because I rewatched Cam episode 8 talking about the bones, all their case enthusiasts on there, especially shout out Dave, were very insistent that there were just 4 large bone fragments found in the Dassey burn barrel. And that makes sense because, as Candace said, it makes sense. He burned the body, broke everything down, and he saw the larger fragments. He picked those up and he brought them to the Yonder burn barrel. The issue is that yes, there were some large fragments in there, but there was also 35 other small fragments that came from that burn barrel that they don't want to talk about.
That's right.
That was their argument. Their argument was, well, how do you transport small, tiny bone fragments, right? And there you go. Lo and behold, they're in Yonder burn barrel number 2. Because remember, it was Strang that said to Fallon, well, what actually got sent to the FBI? What are all these Q numbers? And you remember, Duke, up to 30 something. You go, wait a minute, aren't there only meant to be 4?
Right.
So there were more bone fragments that went to the FBI, and he even gave the number 7. I forgot the name of the
Q14 through Q35.
Yep, but also he gave the number.
14 had 14 point something. But yeah, he did give the number.
But he also gave the number of the Yonder burn barrel, 7924, I think it was.
7964.
Okay. Yeah, he even said it. He came from the burn barrel, right? And you're thinking, oh my God, what the hell is going on here? It's not matching up. Kathleen Zellner's hypothesis was that if Teresa Halbach was chopped up into small pieces, it was taken to the Manitowoc County gravel pit, burnt there, dumped, right? And that's why some of the bones remained in the burn barrel, right? And it makes perfect sense.
Yeah, I mean, there was the Q&A with KZ on Twitter years ago. One of the questions that was asked of her was, are you aware that 7964 is a burn barrel that came from the deer camp? And her answer was yes.
Jeepers.
Yeah, there's the whole burn barrel shuffle.
Yeah, we can't even get into it.
We don't know that that's a Dassey barrel where those came from.
We don't, because the way it's stated in the reports is Ertl went through all the Yana burn barrels and didn't find any human bones. And the bones in the Yana burn barrel were found on the 12th, immediately after the deer camp burn barrels materials were collected.
Yes. They talked about that on MAM 2 as well.
But
Yeah,
for KZ to emphatically say yes to that question was eye-opening for me.
Yep. And there was dog activity on that burn barrel as well.
Crime scene tape.
Yep, crime scene tape. And remember, Loof did a 360 several times around the trailers.
Yes, he did. This is a good comment talking about Mr. Kratz from Rumor Has It. Yeah, but to come out as himself on YouTube and Twitter has really put a microscope on himself, and he is definitely bombing. Just got to keep him talking. And I don't disagree, but I think, there's that part of me, and I'm sure Duke, Doc, and so many others that just want to have a conversation and get his take, not have all this, animosity and vitriol and all that stuff.
Yeah, the insinuation that he's given, I know, the insinuation he's given us is that we're attacking him.
Yes.
And that we're, trying to just bury him and all this stuff. In all honesty, as much as I'll be very honest, I do not like the guy. I think there's a number of reasons why I don't. Most of them revolve around how he's treated women in the past. I have no respect for the man whatsoever. However, I would be willing to have a calm, even-keeled conversation where we discuss some of the issues that I have in this case without being insulting towards him or personally attacking him.
Right.
I don't think that's anything that we've done on Twitter. We're just asking questions. So again, it's clear it's a deflection tactic, and it's one that many people who are narcissistic, and I say that because Kratz has self-proclaimed to be a narcissist. That's not something you get over. That's something that they'll do. They'll immediately shift the focus, blame shift.
Yes.
In attempt to escape any sort of responsibility for their own actions. So
look at his interview with the regarding his sex scandal with the AP
Foley.
guy.
Ryan Foley.
Yeah, Ryan Foley.
Oh, the one where he was recording? Ryan was recording it?
Yeah.
Look how that turned out.
Yeah. That's what he does, and we get it.
It is what he does.
I'm willing to put all of whoever you are, Kratz, to side and just have a conversation about the facts of this case. There's questions that we would love for you to answer, but we're not going to be doing it in a way that allows you to manipulate your responses via.
Better, text. Duke. You know that can't happen. It can't. He can't do that.
He would. Yep.
He just can't.
Yeah, Kratz will escalate it. He'll escalate it.
He's too defensive.
Yes, he'll escalate it to a confrontation within probably about 3 seconds. Because when I was
insult you. Yeah.
Yep.
Well, of course.
When I was questioning him about the pubic hair, where it came from, I got all the information directly, facts, boom, 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 boom. Oh yeah, but we don't know where it came from. I mean, it was stored in a box, like he was basically saying as though it was the sex kit was basically like in a shopping center, open to anyone who could just walk by. I'm thinking to myself, wait a minute, why would anyone put a pubic hair belonging to Gregory Allen just to exonerate Stephen Avery in a sex rape kit? These are the very same pubic hairs that Culhane had examined, right? And I showed him the chain of custody from the moment they were picked up to the moment they were stored. He did a Jean Couché.
I was shocked when he did that on it. I was
Just
shocked when
happened
he
to
did
be
that on
right.
X.
It just happened to be Gregory Allen's pubic hair.
Yep.
Yeah, it just happened to be there.
Yep.
And Gregory Allen had done the same thing on the same beach a year before or whatever.
Yep.
Yeah.
But that way of thinking, Duke, sorry, when you
That's
try and
not
have,
even reasonable doubt. That's not even reasonable doubt.
no, you cannot argue with that type of individual
Mm-hmm.
because they're so clouded and tainted and one-way thinking that there's no way they're going to give you any form of satisfaction. Just like when that guy interviewed Ken Kratz and said, "Did you find any fingerprints?" "Oh, we're looking for DNA." "Yeah, but he went under the hood." "Oh, I don't have my notes with me."
Don't have my file.
You think yourself,
I don't have the file anymore. Yeah.
I don't have the file. Right? And now
You
he's
can
come back.
you can argue with him.
No.
Because he loves to argue, but you can't have a civil conversation.
No.
It's impossible.
No, look how heated he got with Rookie.
Yeah.
Very quick. It escalated
Very quickly.
super quick. I'm thinking to myself, no.
Yeah, I mean, and that's unfortunately, and we see that with, again, I'll take the heat for this, but we see that with a lot of people who, kind of view Stephen as guilty. Is this immediate escape to insults, criticism, absolute statements, hypercritical on certain aspects that, don't necessarily matter, and the absolute inability to accept things that common sense tells us are true. Despite the fact that they might not be, supporting your opinion, there's just an absolute inability to accept things that must be common sense. And so in return, the argument shifts from talking about the facts and having a civil conversation to throwing insults. And that's what Kratz does so well. And when you get to that point, you've broken past his attempt at disguising what the truth is.
The conversation with Kratz will go perfectly well if you say, "Yes, Mr. Kratz." "Oh, okay, I agree with you. Thank you."
Yeah,
that's it.
Exactly.
The moment you wave a piece of paper that shows contradictory to what he says, he'll even question the authenticity of that document, right?
Or or won't even answer.
Nope. Just when I went here, step by step, where the sex detection kit came from, the pubic combing, all the official testimony, who was there, who witnessed it was sealed, where it was, how it was observed. No. That's sure. He still wanted to know, well, yeah. You think to yourself, wait a minute. A, how are you going to get Gregory Allen's pubic hair? B, how are you going to get past the clerk's office? And C, how are you going to open the sex detection kit and put in one pubic hair belonging to Gregory Allen to exonerate Stephen?
And who would want to do that?
Nobody.
Right. What's the motive?
God's green earth.
Pubic hair, not Gregory Allen's.
Jesus.
Correct.
I got another one for you before we get out of here. And this is talking about the zipper voicemail that Teresa left. And this has come up multiple times since Kratz has been back. And, he said he wanted to answer questions. This is kind of what he was going in the beginning. And I put this up not only as a standalone direct question to him, but also I've put it in replies as comments to other people. And I've included this clip from this PDF file that shows, and this PDF file was created, it's an exhibit list that was made 1 month prior to Stephen's trial. And the zipper voicemail is listed as seized, just like Barb's, on his exhibit list. You can't tell me that he didn't have it. You can't tell me, but because why would I mean, I understand that Jacobs took this recording 16, 17 months prior, but it doesn't matter. Why would he have this thing on his exhibit list if he didn't have it? Whether he presents it or not.
Yeah. Well, that's where you're running into the let's see if everyone can accept what's common sense here. And we know who and who will accept it and who won't. But yeah, it is common sense. If he has it on his exhibit list weeks before trial, he has that information. No doubt
That's
about
right.
it.
That's right.
You don't have to run around like this is some sort of crazy conspiracy. That's common damn sense. You don't write it if it's not there.
I mean, if this exhibit list was a year old, okay, maybe there could have been a boo-boo. But weeks before trial,
yeah.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's just like saying that someone accidentally typed that there was a blunt instrument in the back of the rifle in which blood was found.
Yeah.
Don't you get started?
I'm telling you what, guys, you'd be surprised how often I'm just typing an email at work and that statement comes into my email. I didn't even write it. It just pops in there. Get out of here.
Right.
Out of the blue.
You just typoed. You just typoed that, right?
Yeah, my fingers were moving. I didn't know, but
oh man.
Well, are we all done with the questions?
Yeah, that was other one was the last question. I'm sorry. We've had a couple of interesting comments. We've got Ryan Simmons that's joined us, and I put this up as we were talking. He's offering to put up personally $5,000 to pay for the testing for Ken to take a lie detector test and answer a series of questions written up by Kathleen Zellner. That's interesting.
I think your $5,000 is safe there, Ryan.
Yeah, Ryan. I think you could probably go out and buy yourself a really nice stereo or take a little vacation.
Yep.
He'd never agree to that. Never. No way he would agree to that.
No. The interesting thing is if Kathleen Zellner can get an evidentiary hearing, I would subpoena Mr. Kratz and put him on the stand. That's who I would.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah. Part of my
just lie. He'll lie his ass off.
Well,
one last thing, Doc. I'm sorry, Ryan. Yeah, this guy that's on Reddit, and he always responds to your feelings aren't facts. Those are your feelings. Yeah, I ran into that guy, and I eventually got tired of responding to him because he always wanted to revert back to that. And I wouldn't talk about my feelings at all, but that's the only way you could respond.
I personally find with X, I try and respond with proper documentation, full documentation, a video clip. I try to leave it at that, and I find that if I get into an argument, all you're doing is you're doing a tennis match. Oh yeah, oh no, oh yeah, and you think to yourself, nah. Put the information there. You want to do further research? We've got an extensive library. Go there, check it out, do your research. If your conclusions are different to me or anybody else, God bless you.
Yeah, that's fine.
That's fine.
There doesn't need to be that crossing the line of insult. It just doesn't need to happen.
No.
But invariably it does. And
I don't. It does if you need to distract people from continuing to talk about the subject.
Right.
Yes, and we do have a professional canine dog handler in X answering some questions.
Yeah, hopefully we can get him to come on and talk live.
Yep,
that'd be great.
Awesome. Well, look, guys. I hope everyone enjoyed this special podcast. Today we did Kathleen Zellner's reading, her response, which I think was pretty well straightforward. And thank you so much to Duke for his fantastic work on item BZ and the sifting and also the wisdom of the panel here, and also fantastic questions in chat. I mean, you guys are very, very clued in, and we're blessed to have such great supporters and things, and you guys are keeping us on our toes. Please, guys, if there's any further questions, write them down after the video. We'll try and answer the questions. Jack 61, what have you got installed for tomorrow?
we're going to dive right back into Queso Dispatch, finish up. It's November 7th, Channel 6. I think there's an hour and change left on it. We may even get into Channel 7. I don't know. We'll see where we land at without staying too long. But that's where we're headed for tomorrow for open mic, 5 p.m. Central.
Awesome. Again, guys, if you've enjoyed our work, please subscribe to our channel. If you haven't subscribed, put your DNA in the thumbs up button, and please share our podcast. And again, guys, from all of us here on the Foul Play team, thank you so much.
Thanks, everyone. With that said, this has been a Foul Play production.